outside of the human-like footprints.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, but it's just hard to take a story like this at face value
It really
when
is.
the proof is so limited, when it's all hearsay. You know, again, it reminds me of a lot of those word of mouth stories about Mothman.
Yep.
And how much can you believe it? How much of it is hype? And, you know.
Yeah, or maybe it was just like they did see a bear, then they told the story and someone else took it and misconstrued it and went crazy with the tale.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I just need some. I need something other than I saw this and then this happened and that's, take my word for it.
Yeah. Well, in 1958, society's getting more advanced, technology's coming along. We might be able to investigate a little bit more. 1958, Jerry Crew found large footprints in Bluff Creek, California, believed it to be from Sasquatch. So he then created molds of the print, which you would pour plaster into these traditionally. You'd wait for them to dry, pull them out. Now you have essentially a mold of what that footprint looked like. And there's many of such molds, not only from this time, but from recent time. Anyway, the Humboldt Times wrote about this instance. And the newspaper and the locals called whatever it was that made this footprint, they called it Bigfoot. And the story spread from there. However, it turned out that the footprints were actually a hoax created by another local named Ray Wallace. But that wasn't revealed until 2002, after his passing, unfortunately. His families contacted the press to inform them of the hoax, but by that time the story had obviously spread too far, and this is one of the reasons why people think that the name Bigfoot has been so popularized. They think that this article is what popularized it.
Man, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it was just like something that was, maybe it was a bear that made a big old print and it just came out weird due to like weather conditions or whatever. And someone took that and ran with it. So this kind of like lines up with what my thinking of the origin of Bigfoot is. It's just, someone made something up and, it spread like wildfire.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple enough, whether this particular instance is related or not to all the other stories. This Ray Wallace character generated a large foot imprint of some sort, stamped it into the ground. Somebody else came along, and immediately you're going, holy crap, that is a huge human footprint. And so whether it was a prank to be like, wow, there's a big guy walking around, or there is a creature walking around, it's hard to say, but it doesn't do anything. I mean, at the time, it substantiated the story and added to its momentum. And that's worth acknowledging. But it wasn't until 2002 that the rug was pulled out from that story saying, no, this was definitely a hoax. So you almost have to the damage is almost done as far as building the momentum for it, having people believe it and stuff. But you almost have to really take this story and say, all right, you need to really suppress some of your preconceived notions about this creature, because this is a hoax.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That I subscribe to that. I believe that 100%. It was a hoax and it just caught like wildfire, and it wasn't until, like you were saying, way later after said person started the hoax, that the information was made public.
Mm-hmm. Makes me think of all the other pranks that are going on in the world that are just really vanilla, kind of like this one, that are just, they on their own, they're pretty innocuous, pretty innocent. But then every now and then one of these pranks just kind of hooks somebody in just the right way, fits in just nicely with an existing story or a cryptid or something, and then just explodes. And I'm sure this Ray Wallace guy was laughing all the way to the grave. But
dude, could you imagine?
Interesting. He's letting scientists study this, and then he's like, you'll figure it out.
He's like, I think they'll get it, and then years later, they're still not getting it.
Oh man! But this leads us up to probably the most famous encounter ever of the Bigfoot, which is in 1963, again in Northern California. I'm just going to cut to the chase. This is where the videotape that I'm sure everybody listening to has at least seen a screenshot from, right? The video of Bigfoot looking back over his shoulder, walking, palms facing backwards, kind of a little hunched over and walking amongst the trees. Very famous videotape. Now, while riding on horseback along Bluff Creek, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin came across a large overturned tree. They said that the roots of this tree were as big as a room, basically meaning something enormous or something strong ripped this thing out of the ground. Behind a log jam, they saw a hairy ape-like figure around 7 feet tall, if not taller, crouching by the water. Patterson got out his camera and went after the creature while Gimlin got his gun. Patterson followed this creature as it walked away from them, and it turned back several times looking at them before finally disappearing into the trees. They later tracked the Bigfoot and created plasters of the footprints that they found. Their footage is spread nationwide, and it's become known as the Patterson-Gimlin footage. And so, like I said, this is the most well-known source of imagery for the Bigfoot. And it has gone under so much scrutiny. So many people think it substantiates the idea of a Bigfoot, and so many people believe that this is a gentleman in a suit. And to all the way, like I remember watching a Discovery Channel docu-series or whatever. Like they found a guy and they were like, this is the guy that was in the suit. He claims he was in the suit. He actually had a very similar posture and walking style to this entity. And so it was very interesting.
What? I mean, but if the person saw the footage, right, they could just mimic it.
That is true. I feel like I could mimic it. I feel like pop culture has mimicked the movement of this Bigfoot so many times. That's a great point. What are you trying to say? You trying to say that this is real? Are you trying to say that this guy wasn't faking it?
Trying to say this guy was faking it, but it's not necessarily
He's faking the fake?
real.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Double fake out.
Oh, it's a fake of a fake. But yeah, if I told you to do the Bigfoot walk, like you would throw one together.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Easy.
that tends to be how I walk around my house anyway, because no one can see me. But let's dive into the studies. This is, the most exciting part of many of our mysteries is diving into the nitty gritty, entering the lab and saying like, all right, let's get into this evidence. Let's really pull this apart and analyze it pragmatically through the lens of science. Many have claimed to find Bigfoot evidence like hairs and droppings, but most have been found to be hoaxes. So that is worth noting. But in 2008, now, a lot of the research is coming in recent years, but if you didn't notice, a lot of the stories actually came from decades ago, which I find very interesting. It makes me think that Bigfoot was very much in the zeitgeist of its time, of a generation, really, and of a more exploratory, a more outdoorsy person in the Pacific Northwest. Obviously, there are still sightings to this day, but the more notable ones certainly stem from the past, and a lot of the research has been done recently. So there is a possibility for there to be evidence interference, I guess, as, whatever people are finding, footage, anything from the past tries to make its way to the present. There's degradation, there's, all this sort of stuff. But anyway, in 2008, Rick Dyer and Matthew Whitten posted a YouTube video claiming to have found the body of Bigfoot in San Antonio, just nearby, actually, to where we're recording this podcast. The body was purchased, okay? Do you want to guess how much this company, Searching for Bigfoot Incorporated, is the entity that bought this body? Guess how much they paid for this body?
No way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
$10?
No, I'm assuming it's... Wait, what year?
2008.
Ooh. Maybe like 50 grand or something.
Woo! You nailed it.
Did I?
Man, that means, you know what? That means they got a deal. That sounds like market value for a Yeti, a Bigfoot body.
And
They paid $50,000 for this body.
Oh damn, I nailed it.
You nailed it. Yeah.
But also, what?
Well, let me surprise you real quick.
50 grand.
Now this will blow your pants off. When they received the body in the freezer, it turned out to be fake.
Come on, you're telling me that you didn't go to see the goods?
I mean, right? You dropped $50,000 on a wire. You probably paid fees and everything. These boys skipped town, and they're giggling their little hearts off. And you didn't even ask for a photo, maybe. But yeah, no, the body turned out to be fake. But despite very little recognition in the scientific community, some research and DNA testing has still been done to try to discover the truth of Bigfoot. Now, I mentioned this previous story because there's a lot of hoaxes along the way. A lot of, and let's just take the side that this is a real creature, a real species, that this is a creature that's out there. These hoaxes are just getting in the way of actually figuring out what's going on. But I can't help but notice how often the ratio to this is a believed sighting and something happened here, the ratio of that to hoax, proven hoax, is like 50-50 at least.
Really?
I mean, just from the ones we've outlined, at least, like it could be higher. I'm sure it's higher. But that, I think, to me, says a lot about, about what we're dealing with here.
Everyone out here creating all of these hoax or just muddying the waters. Stop it. That way, when something pops up, we have a better chance of taking it seriously. If you really want to find Bigfoot, you know what I'm saying? Everyone's out here so desperate to make Bigfoot a thing, to make Bigfoot real, that they're just hurting themselves.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I actually have a business proposition for you now, and it's starting a company. It's going to be called Selling Bigfoot Incorporated. And I figure, we might pull in a pretty healthy salary if we sell at least one of these bodies a year, you know?
I'm in. I'm all in.
I also
50 grand.
50 grand.
50 grand for a Bigfoot body. Didn't even check it.
Didn't check it.
Gotta be kidding me.
Right. Is there a return policy? Christian, I would actually love to know, not on the return policy part, but what was this body? What did show up in the freezer, if we know at all?
Just found out it was a rubber ape costume.
It was a rubber ape costume?
Wow.
There wasn't even meat in there.
Wow.
They're like, wow, this freezer's awful warm. I hope the body's not decomposing.
It's just a rubber ape costume.
Imagine the accuracy. Imagine the detail of a $50,000 ape suit, though.
Ow. Like, was it a terrible photo? Like,
it was just probably like a pile of hair that, maybe a pillow stuffed into like the suit a little bit to add some volume. Like, I don't know. Christian, if we have a photo of this, and it sounds like it's a YouTube video, so maybe we can like pull this up and take a look, but oh, it's on Snopes. Okay. Oh, now that's interesting. I mean, okay, it's not bad. I definitely would look a lot closer before spending 50 grand on this, but
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, that doesn't look like an ape costume to me. It looks like a Bigfoot costume.
Yeah. I don't know, I can see it. I can see how someone might have been,
piqued my
fooled.
interest, but 50 damn grand.
Yeah, that's a good amount. And you have to think, how'd they arrive at 50? Was there anyone else bidding for this? Like, you really should have thought about lowballing. Start it low, like 500, 510, like dollars.
That's true. Right? Like, how do you know the market's that high?
Right. And even in 2008, you can kind of reverse image search. Maybe you end up at Party City and you see the same picture and you're like, whoa, this is a costume. I don't know. I don't know.
It was probably just a costume from like Amazon or something.
Yeah.
Damn, they got big time.
They got swindled, man. But back to some of the research, okay? In 2014, the University of Oxford and Lausanne's Cantonal Museum of Zoology did genetic testing on 30 hairs that they believed to be from Bigfoot or Yetis. All but 2 of the hairs were identified to be from known animals, one of which was actually human. Many casts have been made of supposed Bigfoot prints that have been studied and collected. Jeffrey Meldrum, who is an anthropology and human anatomy professor at Idaho State University, actually studies these casts extensively. Some of the casts suggest that the creature who made these prints was running or had turned their back while walking, both of which would be very hard to fake. And regarding some of the running prints specifically, Meldrum said that it would be very hard to fake without some sort of device, like a cable-loaded flexible toes, he said. So that would have to be a very complex and advanced suit in order to fake kind of toes digging in and having individual movement between each of them versus what you would expect out of a costume, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, people got the time, you could, I don't know, maybe some type of ladder, anchor it over or something, or tie a rope across a couple trees and then gently drop and roll the foot.
I guess what he's saying is like the way that the toes and foot articulate, and they're telling that by the way the impression is probably torquing and has different pressures in different spots by way of depth. I'm just guessing here, but he's using his expertise in this realm to say, like, listen, unless you're coming up with a really advanced suit to make those toes articulate, you're not getting a footprint like this. And then I start to wonder, you say someone if they've got time, and I tend to agree with you here. But if someone's got time, I don't think that they're making a suit like I imagine a Tony Stark, like, instead of making Iron Man, he's making the world's most advanced Bigfoot suit to just perpetuate a lie, That'd be wild.
I mean, maybe people just want to get, mission want to get famous.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. Want to be the ones that like submit,
Exactly. They could have their name in a book. They could sell these plaster castings and be like, look, I'm rich now. Because after all, someone sold a suit, remember, for 50 grand. So
out for the fame.
there's something here. There's ulterior motive here. But after viewing the Patterson-Gimlin footage that we discussed earlier, Meldrum also claimed that it was very unlikely that the Bigfoot seen in the video was a person wearing a suit, because there were very obvious and visible muscle movements under the skin. Like you would see, if someone was moving their arms and you saw their back, you would see a very natural muscle movement underneath the skin, and you'd see muscle gliding a little bit under that. And to try to replicate that through a suit would be very difficult to capture or emulate, especially for the 60s. And so this is another reason why this individual is like, hey, I'm looking at the evidence, the limited evidence that we have, and I have to say that there's something here for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't have too much to say about that one. I mean, these are experts.
Have you seen the footage?
God, maybe ages ago.
Yeah, let's pull that up. I'm gonna pull that up, and then we can take a look here. We'll use our keen eyes to try to dive in and see what we're seeing here. I mean, the shakiness is a little. I mean, like that's just natural, right? There's no image stabilization on this basic camera. It's an old film camera. But like, I remember watching this when I was a kid, and it's like, regardless of how you feel, it's very spooky. I mean, like, especially since it's like low frame rate, shaky and stuff, eventually it does stabilize and you're like, whoa! But it's just like, kind of just sends chills down my spine regardless.
Oh, we got a better shot in the second half.
Oh yeah, they get you in the second half for sure. And then they speed it up to try to make it, look a little bit more natural, or, maybe to try to emulate real speed. And at that point, it definitely does look like just a guy taking a stroll.
That looks like a guy taking a stroll in a suit.
That's true, but I mean, that's what they're saying that this creature does. He strolls about. He's tall. I keep saying the species is tall. They walk around on 2 feet. I mean, who knows?
That is creepy as hell.
They might just look like us when they walk. I don't know. Regardless, like you said, it is creepy. It is very unsettling.
It is creepy.
If I was in the woods and I saw that, there's 2 things. That's either a Bigfoot and I need to get the heck out of there, or 2, that's a man in a suit and I need to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, either way, you don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Real or fake.
Right.
That person's going to murder you just to prove Bigfoot's real.
Yeah, or it's an unhinged man in a suit and you're just going, listen, I don't know what this guy's about, and I'm just going to increase my distance by just several miles.
Oh.
This episode of Red Web is sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. The Jordan Harbinger Show is a podcast you really should be listening to, and I know that every day someone's telling you just have to listen to some podcast, and you nod, you say sure, and then you never do. Well, don't let that happen here. Jordan's show, which Apple named one of its best of 2018, is aimed at making you a better informed, more critical thinker so you can get a sense of how the world actually works and come to your own conclusions about what's happening even inside your own brain. Each episode is a conversation with a different fascinating guest, and when they say there's something for everyone, they really mean it. In one episode, Jordan talks to a hostage negotiator from the FBI who offers techniques on how to get people to trust and like you, which sounds useful and disturbing all at the same time. Another episode tells a story of a professional art forger who somehow made millions of dollars while being chased by both the feds and the mafia. 2 episodes that I would recommend you checking out if you're a fan of Red Web would be Jordan's conversations on stealing history with Roger Atwood and the inside story of the ever-changing brain with David Eagleman. Both very fascinating topics, and if you like to search inside your brain as a theorist, I think you'll enjoy these episodes. Jordan's always focused on pulling useful, practical insights out of his brilliant guests. And they're not talking about pop psychology or wishy-washy self-help stuff here. The episodes are loaded with bits of wisdom that you can use to legitimately change your mind and improve your life right away. We enjoy the show, and we think you will as well. So search The Jordan Harbinger Show, HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Shudder. Shudder is the streaming service with the best selection of horror, thriller, and supernatural movies, series, and originals, from Hollywood favorites and cult classics to original series and critically acclaimed new genre films that you won't find anywhere else, streaming uncut and commercial-free right to your favorite devices. Also, they now have a Golden Globe nominee. Shudder's La Llorona was recently nominated for the Best Foreign Language Feature Golden Globe. This title, which also won Best Film at the 2019 Venice Film Festival, was an official selection to Sundance 2020. It blends together the terror of both myth and reality into a devastating expose of the genocidal atrocities against the Mayan communities in Guatemala. I highly recommend Shudder, and I love their service because I am a huge fan of horror films and thriller films, way beyond that of the mystery realm that you know that I'm interested in. This app super complements what we do on this show. So if you love Red Web, I know that you're going to really enjoy the movies and films and shows that they have available on Shudder. They have exclusives like The Room, and they also have classics like John Carpenter's Halloween. Classic film, love to watch that one, and they have a lot of variety on their app to watch. So get started streaming the best horror, thriller, and supernatural content. Shudder's expertly curated collection includes must-see titles like Color Out of Space, Host, the Mortuary collections, plus all the best horror documentaries. It also includes the hit Creepshow TV series, which comes from the executive producer, Greg Nicotero of The Walking Dead fame. To try Shudder free for 30 days, go to shudder.com and use promo code REDWEB. That's SHUDDER.com with promo code REDWEB, 30 days free. Go enjoy some movies, get a little bit scared with me, and enjoy. Now with that, let's dive back into the mystery. But now we have Dr. Melba Ketchum, a veterinarian lead scientist of the Sasquatch Genome Project. They published an article in 2012 claiming to have studied Bigfoot DNA. But many in the scientific community do not find her work to be peer-reviewed, which is incredibly important, obviously. Also, on top of that, the only journal that published this article was the De Novo Journal of Science, which only has one volume, one issue, and this one article, which then doesn't really sound like a journal of science at all. It just sounds kind of like a fake journal that posted this. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, but in 2013, a year later, Ketchum requested that the species name for Bigfoot be called Homo sapiens cognatus. This name was accepted by the Zoo Bank, which is an organization that approves species names. Now, we talk about motive. To me, we've got a scientist here who can leave her stamp on the world, and who else gets to name creatures? It's a very rare occasion that you discover something and name it. So the motive here is that you establish a scientific name for a creature that may or may not exist, but you are at least known for that, and you are now in the textbooks, and that's an accolade.
Again, people could just be chasing titles.
Right. I mean, or chasing grants.
Yeah.
It's worth understanding that a lot of these scientific communities operate purely on grants, and every few years they have to apply for them again, if not annually. They have to write a paper, they have to report their findings, etc. And if they don't have findings, this is another motive, then they could be defunded, which means they're out of a job, they have to go elsewhere. So, it is worth taking a look through that lens as well to really kind of pull yourself up out of the situation. Now, this leads us to our last kind of investigation, our last scientist, Grover Krantz, who was another notable anthropologist who studied Bigfoot ever since the late 1960s, when it was really kind of at its peak of notoriety and fame. He taught at Washington University for many years, studying many aspects of anthropology, and was the first person to describe the mastoid process. The mastoid process is essentially the site at which certain muscles in the head connect, which is very interesting. So I think they're also the muscles that when you have a headache, those are what are like kind of constricting and constraining and flexing, and that's, kind of how a headache works. But anyway, Krantz also theorized in his research that Bigfoot are remnants of the extinct species of primates Gigantopithecus. After studying tracks found in the snow, Krantz found evidence of dermal ridges. Dermal ridges, very simply, are the ridges that you see on your fingers and toes. They're what give you fingerprints and footprints. They're the unique attributes we all have that we can identify people by, whether it's a criminal database or just by I don't know. I don't really fingerprint people.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty wild to me, like that's just like a natural thing that humans have.
I mean, unless you're in the Men in Black and you melt those things off.
That's true.
Will
Gotta
Smith
burn 'em
style.
down.
That being said, if you had melted off fingerprints, I feel like they'd be like, this guy, the gun has a melted fingerprint. You have a melted it's this guy. It's him.
Yeah, that's true, right? How often do people have melted fingerprints? Adds up. No fingerprints at all. Should have partially melted it.
But that's interesting, though. I mean, dermal ridges are something that would be very difficult to emulate, especially since they're unique to each creature, not just humans, but across all apes and primates, right? So if you find dermal ridges in these footprints and any sort of evidence around this creature, that means, assuming it's a hoax, that someone had to sit there and take time to create a mold or create these dermal prints. And you would have to create enough to keep it unique. So that way you don't have the same faux footprints all over the place, right? That can be, these are clone footprints. But also, so that's kind of lends itself to say like, hey, there might be something here. Why we haven't been able to see them on the grand scheme, why they're still eluding us, that is, entirely one of the main debates here, really. But the fact that there are dermal ridges is very, very interesting. But also, I have to wonder, how you pulling fingerprints up out of mud, right?
How do you even look? There's some science behind that I'm sure exists, and I just know nothing of.
Right.
Pretty cool though, if you can.
Right. Well, he brought these prints to Dutch professor A.G. de Wilde of the University of Groningen. De Wilde said that these tracks were, quote, not from some dead object with ridges in it, but came from a living object able to spread its toes, end quote. So now we have yet another professional in this realm looking at these footprints and saying, hey, there's definitely more to this being than just a static print in the ground, like a fake would be, right? Like a stamp in the dirt. The fact that the toes articulate, that there's movement in the footprint, it's interesting to say the least, but it's really the most substantial evidence we have. And we've already covered a story that also had provedly fake footprints. So it's like even the best evidence we have is super up to debate,
Yeah. I think the interesting thing that we see every once in a while is just like all these reputable, professionals and whatnot just throwing their name into it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's your reputation on the line too. That's true. Yeah, I don't know.
Because you got to think like your colleagues probably won't take you seriously.
Well, what if they already don't take you seriously? You're the professor that skates around the campus. You got the long flowing hair and the bandana. You know the one. And then you skate into class. You skate down the stairs. You kind of beef it a little bit, but you get up, you brush it off. You act like you're still 20.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm the cool teacher, but only like in your head.
Right. No, only in their head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. If I was a professor,
I'd be like, ooh, man, I don't know
anonymous.
If I really want to. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I want to throw my name behind this one.
Yeah. It's interesting though, man. It's like if something came my way and I was genuinely like compelled by, if I only focused in on what was given to me, you can't really take it out of context. You can't say, well, this professor's absolutely agreeing. This professor's saying absolutely this is Bigfoot. The professor's just looking at what's in front of them and saying simply, well, whatever this is, it has the ability to spread its toes. And that's as far as my professional opinion will take me. I'm not going to make any jumps to conclusion. So, sometimes these quotes can also be leveraged out of context. It's really all dependent on like, I can't just look at a quote and go from there,
Yeah. I feel you on that one.
But I think you and I both stand on a certain stance, and I think we're broadcasting that pretty strongly. But regardless, I do want to dive into the theories and take these positions and try to look through different lens at this situation, because there's a couple other pieces here that are worth exploring. But the leading theory is that Bigfoot is simply a hoax.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And that, stands to reason, right? There's not a whole lot of credible evidence. Most notably, there's no body, and there's no way to conclusively prove the existence of a Bigfoot without a Bigfoot, right?
It needs, just needs something more.
Yeah.
Something more.
Right.
Anything.
And there's so many hoaxes, and there's so many like you said, muddy in the waters, and things that just kind of build up the momentum in the past that lead up to today's hype or today's belief in it. But then when we look back, we go, we know that some of those key pieces you lean on are actually hoaxes, and that's worth noting. But many people believe that this is a different animal entirely. That's typically bears that are the origin of these sightings. And that makes sense. You know, if you look at a bear, they tend to be quite large, especially if they stand up on their hind legs, which they do if they're feeling threatened or if they're trying to impose. They can be quite tall.
See, that for sure. The video footage that we watched, that's a person in a suit.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of want to look at it again and really analyze that muscle movement that he was talking about. But yeah, I mean, it's really hard to not see that's a dude in a suit, for sure. Or someone in a suit.
Like kind of, hunched over and just doing the walk.
Mm-hmm. Not camera shy. Camera aware, in fact. Really
yeah,
really
like,
eyeballing
oh, hey,
the camera.
camera. All right, later, camera.
Yeah. Very unlike a species that seems as elusive as this one, right? But on the note of the bears, let's dive into that a little bit. In 2009, J.D. Lozier and a group of people actually published an article in the Journal of Biogeography showing that many of the locations where Bigfoot is seen match locations of black bear populations. So boom, we already have a strong,
There we go.
Correlation here. A black bear standing on two legs would look very similar to how some people have described a Bigfoot, and some Bigfoot sightings have actually been found out to be bears with mange, causing them to lose some of their hair and maybe giving them a bit of a different look that could misconstrue when someone was looking back and trying to explain what they were seeing. But also, like we recounted a story just recently about the woman and her children, and she thought it was a bear, right? And then later on maybe thought it was something else. But so it stands to reason that perhaps we've got some bears on our hands, and maybe bears are maybe the real mystery is, how are bears so smart?
Yeah, the real mystery is, what's up with these bears?
Maybe these are the Berenstain Bears, like kicking it. But in a second study on the previously mentioned study, by the way, the one with the 30 hairs where 2 were unidentified and the rest, the 28, were different creatures.
That's so ridiculous. Like, what do you think that no one's gonna figure that out?
Yeah.
What if we just throw a bunch of different animal hairs together?
Right.
It'll confuse them. Throw them for a loop.
Right. If they were collected in the woods, maybe these people are like, they just have that blind belief in their evidence. They're like, wow, this fits everything I've personally come to know about the Bigfoot. And they're so confident in that they're willing to bequeath it to a lab, and the lab is definitely going to dive in there and figure it out. But like, hey, if you're a true believer and you got that evidence, props to you for trying to find it out,
Oh, no, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, like, if you're trying to prank somebody, they're gonna get to the bottom of this. This is science, my friend. But what it turns out that the 2 hairs that were unidentified found out in this second study, they were found to belong to a rare type of bear. So bears are back on the menu. I mean, they never really left, but like, we've got bear.
Hey, man, I'm telling you. Let's investigate the bears.
From a textbook, perhaps. I'm not getting close, no.
Oh, so now we found something you don't want to get close to.
Listen, I'll go goofing for Bigfoot. I'm not going to go goofing for a bear.
I mean, yeah.
Listen,
bears are real, and they will mess you up.
I guess that's my personal delineation. If I don't have if my brain hasn't crossed over to the realm of like, that thing is physically there, then I can kind of goof on it and be like, let's go investigate.
Yeah, you're like, all right, let's go check it out.
But you're probably a bit smarter where you go, I don't know. There's odds enough that's real, and I don't want to mess with it. And I respect that. I'm the one that's going to get off at the beginning of the movie for sticking their head up in the dark attic. That's what's going to happen.
Like, oh, what's that? It's a loud noise.
Loud bang in the attic? Oh,
I'll go check it out.
Let me leave the lighter down here as I go clambering up.
Yeah, sure, why not?
So yeah, it's very likely that bears are at the center of a lot what's going on here. But kind of as we touched on at the very beginning, let's just really back ourselves back out to reality for a second. These are large creatures. This is a prolific species that we're seeing worldwide. We're apparently seeing them in every state. And if you take that for face value, you have to think like, where is this thing living? And if it's existing somewhere in the woods or whatever, you would see the impact on the ecosystem, right? The food that they're eating would have to be
Right.
plant life or creatures or whatever, and you would see that there would be a measurable impact. And scientists would be like, I don't know, the deer population just plummeted. I don't really know what's going on.
It's just like, oh, are they just cleaning up that well?
Maybe. I mean, but even if they cleaned up well, even if they were able to hide their tracks and hide any evidence of them, the amount of food to substantiate such a large creature. I mean, you think of the impact that humans have had. Even if you had 1,000 humans spread across,
True.
a certain, the Pacific Northwest, there's going to be an impact, ecologically speaking, if not, to the ecosystem, to, I don't know, because like these are all things that are studied and measured. We want to make sure that our nature is preserved, that
Right.
that the populations of various species are maintained, and you would certainly not. But hey, maybe these creatures have been around so long that their impact is just kind of baked in, and we just don't know it. I don't know.
Man, that'd be something, right?
Yeah.
They're just like, oh no, this is the population of said creature, and really it's actually higher.
Yeah. But kind of moving on with the hoax narrative, it is worth noting, and I mentioned it before, most apes tend to be diurnal, or they're awake during the day and they're asleep at night. And with most sightings from Bigfoot being at night, that kind of seems counterintuitive to this being an actual ape creature, or some sort of ape-like creature. So that either means we're off base with attributing it to being like of the primate family, or it means that, it's probably not what we're seeing,
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man, it's these bears. Especially because like it lines up with the whole like, oh, all these sightings are where there's black bears. I think that's like
Right.
a big tell for me.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's like the most substantial piece of evidence that I can really hang my hat on out of everything thus far.
Mm-hmm.
But in closing of this being a hoax, it is worth noting that an overwhelming majority of the scientific community does not consider Bigfoot worth studying. However, it doesn't change the fact that thousands and thousands of stories, firsthand encounters, sightings, some footprints, some video, like all of this exists, and it exists across the world. And so, some believe that regardless of what the science community is saying, that there's something there. In fact, John Napier, who is the author of Bigfoot, the Yeti, and Sasquatch in Myth and Reality, said this, quote, "I'm convinced that Sasquatch exists, but whether it is all it's cracked up to be is another matter altogether. There must be something in Northwest America that needs explaining, and that something leaves man-like footprints," end quote. Basically saying, regardless of, if we're on the right track or not, if this is in fact a Bigfoot, that doesn't matter. What matters is that there's clearly something. Something is messing with us. Something is leaving man-like footprints. Something exists that needs to be explained. And I would say that the simplest explanation is that people are to blame.
Yeah.
That this is just a hoax. But
Yeah, I was about to say people. People's
But
the
I-
explanation.
yeah, who leaves man-like footprints if not a man?
Yeah.
Or
There's
people-like footprints?
There's these man-like footprints. What's a man?
Right. Oh my God. These footprints look just like a person's. You look 10 feet away and there's a person going, huh?
Oh, well, there's said person.
But with that said, let's dive into the next theory, that this, is an extinct hominid of some kind, or a Gigantopithecus to be specific. But many who believe in Bigfoot do in fact believe that this is an ancient relative to the human species. Because before Homo sapiens, there were many other competing species, much like Neanderthal or Homo erectus, and some anthropologists believe that Bigfoot could be a Paranthropus robustus, which had a crested skull and walked on two legs. So Grover Krantz and many people who believe in Bigfoot think that it could be, in fact, Gigantopithecus to be specific, or at least something closely related to that. I don't think we've found every potential missing link, as it were, but this would be the nearest relative, or the nearest example that we have evidence of, because it's the biggest ape that ever existed that we know of. It's similar to an ape or a gorilla, and the lone fossil of its jaw was found in Asia, and this could explain the Yeti, but also potentially could explain Bigfoot if the Bigfoot population crossed the Bering Land Bridge to the Americas, as we look at the human history, that's kind of one of the leading theories for human civilization's spread. They say that it came through, where Siberia connects to Alaska, and then they came through there. So that would kind of fit the bill for saying, all right, well, if this population of Gigantopithecus was up there in Asia, they could have migrated to the Himalayas and also across to the Americas. And that is why they're in the two popular locations that they are.
I mean, do I believe like of the whole like missing link and stuff like that? I mean, like, yeah, for sure. There's a bunch of like evidence,
Fossil records and
and all that kind of stuff. Do I believe that they're still existing to this day? No. I mean, even
that's
if they,
tough. Yeah.
That's tough. Like, even if they did, it's like, okay, so they evolved to the point where they can outsmart, modern day humans with the technology that we have today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a stretch.
Yeah. It's interesting though. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I at least admire the fact that they're trying to dig into concrete evidence, right? Like they're trying to build a story out of actual evidence. And to that, I'm like, okay, you're trying to really substantiate this, but it also feels very much like someone trying to prove their theory rather than just finding the answer by way of research, You're trying to say, all right, how can we make the Bigfoot exist? Well, maybe it was this, rather than saying, hey, we analyzed fossil records and migration patterns and discovered that the Bigfoot could exist, right? It's kind of backwards as far as the scientific process is concerned, but
right, exactly. It's like instead of starting from something that's like like evidence and actual like hard proof and then trying to expand from there, it's like, I believe this exists and like, let's go out looking for it. Let's force the evidence.
Right. Well, on top of that too, the single fossil that exists of Gigantopithecus, as I mentioned, was its jawbone. So how much can you really say from that? We don't know if this particular species walked on two legs, but it's also now thought that Gigantopithecus is more closely related to orangutans, which would completely change the body language, the way it moves, the way it would interact with its environment. It would completely change it from what we know of as the Bigfoot story. It just would be a different creature.
Oh yeah, like altogether for sure.
Yeah, and maybe, and I don't know, I kind of joke, but also kind of real, like maybe this could have been a Neanderthal or Homo erectus that just had a bomb jaw, just like a really healthy jawline. And I mean like big jaw for its species. and if we're only finding this, how accurately can you extrapolate the rest of the creature? Now, this is without me diving into the fossil records and figuring out what this jaw looked like or why they believe it's something else. Like, there could be real evidence behind that. It's just, I don't know. It's really hard to say a lot that this is a new creature specifically from one fossil record,
Yeah. I mean, you just never know, like, if it just happens to be, like, a kind of maybe, like, a weird mutation or just it's just that was off.
You know what I'm thinking?
Something different.
I'm thinking Bigfoot is Gigantopithecus, and Gigantopithecus is the master of hide and seek. Like, this creature, even to this day, looking back into the fossil records, we've only found a jawbone, son. We haven't seen this thing to modern day. Like, where's this thing at?
This just, a pro hide and seek creature.
Like ancient man and ancient Gigantopithecus met on a Sunday evening. The sun is setting in the horizon, and they step up to each other, two different clans, two different species, and they say, "Let the games begin."
Yeah.
And one side immediately runs into the wild to go hide, and then the humans count to whatever they counted to. Fire. I don't know.
Big old 5, forgot, and then moved on.
Yeah, they counted to 5 for the number of fingers that they had on one hand, and then they went searching. And for millennia, we've been searching. And as soon as we find them, the tables turn. We have to hide, and they take over our homes and stuff.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's not find them. Let's not find them.
Maybe they have a better hiding spot than you have of office. Maybe their computer in their, like, I don't know where they're living. Maybe they got an underground bunker, really cool looking. Maybe they got, like, I don't know, 4080s, GTX 4080s.
40?
Yeah.
One generation ahead of everything
just
that we
one,
have.
just one. And we reverse engineer them. You ever think of that?
You've gone off the rails.
Okay. Back on the rails. I thought this would be a shorter episode. I'm happily incorrect. So extrapolating from the Gigantopithecus thing, others in the industry do kind of theorize that perhaps Bigfoot is more closely related to us than even Gigantopithecus was. Dr. Ketchum and psychologist turned Bigfoot enthusiast Dr. Matthew Johnson believe they are the aforementioned term coined by Ketchum. So she's doubling down on her label here, Homo sapiens cognatus, that it's a new species, that it's very related to humans, much more closely related than Neanderthal or Homo erectus. And for what it's worth, cognatus means related by blood. And they refer to them as the forest people because they are so close to humans and that they tend to live in forested areas. Dr. Johnson claims that some of the hairs that he's gotten tested came back with partial human DNA. Remember, I did say one of the hairs found was noted as human. However, the results apparently read partial human DNA and partial unknown DNA. So there is room in here to say, maybe this is just a very, very close relative. You know, that missing link, as it were. I don't know.
And I don't know, it's probably a good chance of it just being contaminated. Or
Very, very good chance. That's a good point.
handled, you know.
Right, someone sneezed on it. I mean, but this is where like one of the first pieces of like counterpoint comes up. And whether you believe it or not, that's totally fine, but it is compelling to say the least. Like, and I want to make sure that we explore both sides. Like, if this were true, right? If this theory of Homo sapiens cognatus is correct, that the DNA was uncontaminated, right? That it was wholesome and that it came through with all this, whatever, it would explain why Bigfoot might have a higher intelligence. And it would explain perhaps why Bigfoot would be able to evade human contact and perhaps hide their traces. It could also explain that maybe they had a belief system, much like humans have had for many, many, many years, like thousands and thousands of years, as long as we've known. And that within those belief systems, whatever they might be, that it involves ceremonies like burying the dead. And that would be perhaps why we haven't been able to find evidence of Bigfoot, because we're not really excavating for fossils in that area, but maybe we are. I don't know.
Man.
It doesn't necessarily explain exactly why we haven't found them, but it is interesting, and it is a more well-rounded counterpoint for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like humanity's cutting down forests left and right.
Mm-hmm.
How can you really account for, humans not chopping down where you're burying your dead?
Right. Eventually, a body, right? Some bones would probably be found. But man, I'll eat my words if I'm 65 and and the first traces are officially found. I'll be like, dude,
big old grave.
How did you hide this long, and why?
I'm like, damn, touche.
Right. Hey, good one.
Really good at that hide and seek. Trevor was right.
But that does kind of lead into the next major theory. And this is honestly a theory that I hadn't really heard much about until this moment. But with the scientific community primarily refusing to even consider the idea of Bigfoot, some have started to theorize that there is a conspiracy going on, something involving this creature. For example, that the government could be covering up the fact that Bigfoot exists. Now we're starting to hit those really similar notes that the government knows all, and that the government hides some, and you got to start asking yourself why. But some believe that if it were widely known that these beings existed, the areas that they lived in would be given environmental protections, which would ultimately affect the economy of the logging and hunting industries. Which to that I say, wrong. I don't think so.
Yeah, right.
We are tearing, like you said, we're tearing down forests left and right, burning the place down. You would think that the government would say, protected land, there's a protected species here. But like, come on. In our lifetimes, how many species have gone extinct? Just in our lifetimes. So
a ton.
Let's be real. This isn't like a butterfly. This isn't, and I'm not trying to like judge creatures next to each other. But I mean, there is something to be said about this being so humanoid. So if it were real, I feel like the government shouldn't be covering that up unless there's something else going on. And they do kind of, within this theory, have an interesting counterpoint that's worth kind of thinking about. But
just how do you cover that up?
How exactly? That's a lot to cover up. But on top of this, and again, it's very reminiscent of many alien theories. But some some others theorize that, the real reason that there's a cover up isn't necessarily the economic impact or anything like that, but that it's something that would completely alter society, that it's unknown exactly what it could be. And I was kind of joking about it before, but that perhaps, and this is me extrapolating, that perhaps they are wiser than we know, that they're more intelligent than we know, that they do in fact have society and technology or whatever, and that by finding out about them, it would bring everything we know about humanity crashing down, because it would be too big of a shift to our history knowledge. It would be too big of a shift to our self-awareness or to our technical know-how. I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, at least there's a compelling point. You know?
It's an interesting theory. That'd be something.
Yeah. But the problem with that is that it's so open-ended. It really, like, if, ands, and buts, I don't know, man.
It's just a rough one to believe. I think this was so interesting, though, because, it's like, I know of Bigfoot, and I would say, you see him through cinema for years and years and years, and then just going, oh, there isn't too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to hear arguments that are at least, I don't know how, I'm trying to compliment this position because I obviously don't tend to agree, but I don't write this off entirely because it at least makes sound sense from where that position's coming from. And there is some evidence, as it were, to kind of substantiate this side, right? So in 1980, Mount St. Helens erupted. Many onlookers watching what was going on witnessed government helicopters carrying away what looked like charred, human-like remains, and many people believe that these might have been bodies of Bigfoot that they were trying to hide, okay? Again, very limited in the way of evidence, but if you take the stance of this being a cover-up, of course there is.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds interesting as hell, though.
Mm-hmm.
Look, whether or not that's real, which I don't believe it is, that's creative.
Very.
That sounds like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to know more about that story.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard about that, nor this one in 1999. So about 19 years later, a witness, again, we have another witness, but that's as best as we can get if it's a cover-up, claimed to see an injured Bigfoot after fires in Battle Mountain, Nevada. And government officials soon swept the area and removed the Bigfoot or removed the body soon after. And so no evidence could be captured, no proof could be claimed, and that's all we have there. But again, that's another piece that I just hadn't heard about. It's interesting,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just funny that the whole government conspiracy thing comes into play.
Mm-hmm. It always kind of sneaks in there with these unsolved mysteries. And the last point kind of in this realm, before we kind of close with a handful of smaller theories, as we like to touch on, is that some people are really interested in this point, and I do have to take it with a grain of salt. The government has acknowledged the possible existence of Bigfoot at least once. Now, I don't necessarily think the government as an entity outright came forward and said, yes, we are looking into the possible existence. That said, the government's always going to look into things. They've studied UFO phenomena. They've studied paranormal phenomena. It is incumbent upon a leadership entity or a scientific community to look into these things. I don't think that necessarily translates to existence or truth, but a lot of people do hang their hat on that point. In fact, Jay Cochran Jr., who was an assistant director of the FBI's laboratory division, was one of the folks who tested some Bigfoot hairs. He tested 15 supposed Bigfoot hairs that were all sent to them, and he found that most of these were actually from deer. So, yes, you can say the government has acknowledged the possible existence, but can you say that the government has, really? If they're saying, these are deer hairs, kind of I don't know.
Yeah. But then again, there's those people will be like, oh, it's a conspiracy, they're covering it up.
That's true. I mean, and that's exactly it. And it all comes down to confirmation bias. It all comes down to what you want to believe. Cynicism, all these things are important attributes that kind of tend to guide how we think. But let's touch on a couple smaller theories before we close. And I bet you can guess one. And maybe, you know what? I'll see if you can guess it. What do you think that this first or one of these small theories is going to be?
God, that they're aliens?
Boom. Some theorize that Bigfoot are aliens visiting Earth, or... Okay, hold on. Now, take this more seriously. Okay, that was really facetious. Or that they're aliens that escaped from Area 51. Now, the real reason I'm not really subscribing to this is because if they're aliens, the odds of them evolving in a very hyper similar way to the way we've evolved is slim to none. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, what are the chances?
The chances are very slim. But that's it, I mean, it's always an option. It's always an option. Explain the unexplained with more unexplained. And that's all we got on that one. Some believe that this is another one of those counterpoints, and I'm not saying is like really convincing, but does go the extra step to try to really address the actual issues, right? So this next one says that Bigfoot might be a metaphysical being or beings. As silly as that might sound, there could just be one Bigfoot, much like Mothman, that appears to be some sort of message or a warning, right? Mothman appeared before tragedies, and whether he was the harbinger of incident or the harbinger or the messenger of warning, I don't know. But there's certainly a lot of other cryptids in the world that are one-offs. And this theory proposes to claim why this entity is so evasive, why there's so little physical evidence, why we can't capture them on film, really. Basically, it goes out of its way to try to answer all the questions that we've been saying why to thus far. And it's hard to write off too, because we don't know about like fourth dimensional beings or anything like that. But like,
I mean, also like, the Amazon, kind of take it a step back a little bit. We find different,
discovering species
all the time.
Yeah.
So like, the interesting thing is I always thought that, Bigfoot was just like, all right, it's just one. There's just the one Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And going into this, that's what I thought. But it really quickly dove into like, it's a species that exists. And I was like, oh, that's hard to like subscribe to. But also at the same time, I was like, if you're telling me there was one, then you could maybe have me there a little bit,
Right. Like how did it not get seen until now when there's only one?
Right.
Why is it evasive? How did it live this long? Is it still alive? Like all these questions on how it got here. But I don't know. This one's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily subscribe to it, but I do appreciate some of these other more kind of niche theories that attempt to resolve the major questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one here kind of pairs in well with that one, and I think I might have joked about this earlier, but it states that perhaps Bigfoot could be some sort of time traveler or interdimensional being of some sort. This would again explain some of those whys that we've been having, but why they could evade being on camera, why they would be seen all over the world without leaving much evidence behind. Perhaps they're cavemen visiting our time, or perhaps they're ancient humans traveling back to our time. Maybe they're collecting saplings from our forests and then teleporting back to the future to 2158 where all the forests are gone. I don't know. I like the story.
Yeah.
I made it up though.
I'd watch a sci-fi film about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you would.
I would.
All right, I'll write it. Red Web writes, Red Web presents Bigfoot of the future. He gets trapped back in time and he has to live like it's an episode of Survivor. And he keeps, humans keep pestering him. He's trying to find his way back home.
I'd be so impressed. If anyone was to fund that.
But I don't know, like that's kind of what we got on Bigfoot. There's the frustrating thing to me is no matter how long of a docuseries you watch, how long of a podcast you listen to like this one, like the very frustrating thing is how limited the physical evidence is. And, I feel like every time the subject comes up, it's always deeply fascinating to me. I always crave to know more, but the pool of knowledge for this topic is truly so limited. But part of me, I feel like 10% of me just wants to believe in this, and I feel like a lot of people do, because there's something so deeply fascinating about finding the unknown right next door, right there. And it really kind of opens up the doors for, well, what do we really know? What else could be different?
Mm-hmm.
It really kind of shakes up the known boring world and really, gets you wondering. But yeah, that's what we have on Bigfoot.
I think the big thing for me is I definitely would have, kind of like leaned towards believing some things more if it was just like, oh, it's just one, it's just the one Bigfoot. It's just very interesting, the people that are just like, Bigfoot's real, but there's a ton of them, and it's just like, well, all right, well, you kind of made your point hard to get behind.
That's true. You know, like on one hand, it's very hard to kind of conceptualize of a lone species that's still alive now, right? Like the Loch Ness Monster or anything like that. Like that is ingrained in actual known history. Like there's a creature like this that is living today, but it's alone. Like how is it living that long? I guess is a very valid question. And so to answer it, they say, well, it must be a species. And to your point, you go, well, then where the heck is it? There must be at least a handful of them to keep them viable and alive. You would have to kind of see it. But I think that's what makes this just a fascinating topic in general. Regardless of how you subscribe, I'm sure, you know, there's many people that fall on both sides of believing or not for Bigfoot. But regardless, I find cryptids to be deeply fascinating, if not on this like the sociological level, right? Understanding why people believe in these things, or why do we seek the unknown, or why do we want Bigfoot to exist? You know, it seems like that's a really fascinating question.
I think for me, this kind of I don't know, put something to rest that I didn't really realize, because, you know, through cinema, media, all that kind of stuff, that's how you know Bigfoot. That's how a lot of people know Bigfoot. And that's not going to go away. There'll be more films or TV shows or social posts or whatever that reference Bigfoot, or, you know, pull things derived from the Bigfoot tale. So
right,
to actually know the backstory, whether or not it was just like, oh, this was enough for me to believe in, or I just, you know, couldn't get behind, there wasn't enough evidence or whatnot. It's cool to know the actual, like, I don't know, kind of where it kind of came from, and and the story of it all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, pop culture really extends the myth of Bigfoot. So if we really kind of constrict it back in on itself, kind of like to the core of what Bigfoot is, it's kind of fascinating, but also frustratingly limited. But hey, I mean, you bring up a good point too. Like, there's your new motive, selling material, books, movies, whatever. It also is your MO for a cover-up, right? Like, maybe we want to keep selling films, so it's a huge Hollywood cover-up, this Bigfoot. Maybe he's an agent, and he's selling the rights to his life. I don't know. I don't know. But honestly, I would love to hear everyone listening. I would love to hear your thoughts on Bigfoot and cryptids again. Like I said at the beginning, I know you guys all really resonated with the Mothman episode, but you can head to roosterteeth.com and find Red Web there, where we do have a comments section. You can also hit us up on social media at Twitter, at RedWebPod, or on iTunes, where you can leave reviews, and we really appreciate that. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next Monday for another mystery.
Later.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
The 1990s saw the birth of several internet chat rooms where people could create avatars and spend time in a virtual world with others. While these were designed for innocent entertainment, some used these for their own nefarious purposes. Today we dive down the rabbit hole of worlds.com and the cult of Saturn. This is Red Web. Task Force, it's a Monday, and we dug deep into the internet for this one. I'm Trevor Collins. That is Alfredo Diaz.
This frightens me.
Yeah?
I don't know. There's just something weird about like chat rooms. I don't know why. I've always been afraid of them.
It's twisty-turny, man. Like, there's so much loose ends on mysteries like this, and it's been a while since we've uncovered a really deep .com-centric mystery. But this one is one of those weird nebulous ones that transcends reality into the online presence back and forth. And I'm going to say this outright. This is a very difficult one to pin down. There's a lot of loose ends that you just can't find the information for. So I'm going to do my best, but use that gut instinct of yours to stop me down whenever you feel lost
I'm just
scared.
just a little scared.
A little scared?
Right? Yeah, because I mean, like if you're like talking to people online,
Uh-huh.
maybe like in a Discord server or TeamSpeak or whatnot, if you want to like send it back,
Sure.
then it's a lot harder for people to be weirder using their actual voice, you know?
Right.
And like you have like Reddit and forums and threads, blog posts and stuff like that where people get
Buzzwords.
together and they get together and they post their thoughts and everything like that, but that's not like usually in real time, right?
Yeah.
Like there's just like there's a post here, maybe a day later, maybe a couple hours later. Chat room's just like it's just anonymous words flowing out of someone at like the speed of light.
You don't know what you could find, what you could hear.
Yeah.
This is that web 1.0 kind of stuff as we transcended into 2.0 with social media and
so
whatnot.
was this just as like chat rooms, like text rooms?
This is early websites. This is chat rooms. This is MMOs. This is potential ARGs. This is
MMOs too?
everything we've talked about
Oh,
ever when it comes to online mysteries. This hits all of those.
Okay.
And so this stems from a time where anonymity was of the utmost importance to the internet, right? The whole point was that you could have this centralized information bucket where people could share information and talk, but they also were so fearful of their personal information. So this was kind of crossing that border for one of the first times. Before then, obviously, Web 2.0 brought social media to the forefront where your data was all out there.
All the time.
And now that's the internet that we've come very used to, right? Like you say, you go to Discord, your voice is there, your name is there, your footprint, your digital footprint is all over the place.
All over. I'm stepping on everything.
Stepping on
digitally.
everything. But, to age ourselves a little bit, this harkens back to a time where your parents were like, hey, don't say your name online. Make sure you got a screen name that's like Big Poop or 27. You know what I mean?
Big poop. Big pooping.
Hey, your bio just says dropping loads. All right, so let's dive into this one because it gets hairy. There's a lot of information. So like I said, feel free to stop me with any questions you have. We're going to start at the top with worlds.com. Gracie put this one together with her research. We're going to try to make sure we keep this nice and organized, okay?
Worlds.com.
Worlds.com.
So many, like 99.9% of the episodes we do, I just have had no clue of it ever existing whatsoever.
And that's a good point. That's why we're here. For the people out there, the task force that love mysteries,
That terrify me.
but they don't want to get into the weeds. They don't want to dirty their hands. We'll do that for them. Deliver it all in a nice bite-sized package.
By putting our digital footprint on all over the
Well,
place.
someone. Yeah. But all right, so let me set the scene. As you enter the 1990s, the internet is really just picking up steam, and it's on its way to becoming a household name at this point, right? You end the decade, the 1999 dot-com bubble, where everyone and their parents have a .com, right? But in April of 1995, Worlds.com comes online. It's a chat room style 3D virtual world, and it was introduced by the company Worlds Incorporated. Think of it like Ready Player One, a very, very early version, lo-fi as all get out, version of Second Life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Worlds.com was a new and more interactive version of immersing yourself into an online world compared to, for example, video game consoles at the time, right? The SNES, you have the PlayStation, N64, Sega Saturn, all coming out in this kind of time window.
Right. But I mean, talking consoles, this is just like computer web. There's a lot more you can do there. Not as restrictive. You have an operating system to work off of.
Right. This was essentially a project designed to get people interacting with this very, very new internet forum, right? This in ways that games hadn't really cracked yet. So players got to create their own avatars. They could personalize their appearance. They created worlds that they could be much more familiar with. Modern takes would be like Roblox or Second Life. I mean, this was very new at the time, but now that we speak of it here in 2022, it feels, of course, obvious, right?
Yeah, where it's like, this is what doesn't have this in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah.
I mean, damn, you even have like HOAs. They're like, create your profile, talk to your.
Oh my God,
It's
everything's got profiles now.
Why do I need a profile to talk to?
Well, that's what Web 2.0 is all about,
weird.
baby. They want your data so they can sell it to someone.
That's true.
Data is a multi-trillion-dollar business, and you're just not in on it. So anyway, that's
true.
my own personal opinion. But anyway, this is a very visual kind of thing. And we're going to do our best to make sure you can still understand this as an audio podcast. But if you want the visuals, head to Twitter or head to youtube.com, both with the handle RedWebPod, youtube.com/RedWebPod, and you can check out some of the visuals. But I'm going to show Fredo some of the worlds that can be made. For example, if you remember the 90s, we got Hanson World, we've got New York Yankees World, we've got
so they
Sky World.
just really went with just oh my god.
Yeah. Just themes, you
Bowie
know?
World.
Think of this
Sky
as GeoCities
World,
or MySpace, but
Holy
in
hell.
3-dimension. right?
Animal House, the Fun House,
You got a lot of RGB.
Cancer World.
People just throwing images up because they
This seems like Second Life with like RuneScape graphics.
can. Oh my God! Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's what this.
If RuneScape was like scaled up a little bit,
just a tiny bit, like that's as close as I can describe that.
Yeah,
to be.
this New York Yankees world looks definitely like MLB 1995.
Yeah.
right? From the PlayStation.
Yep.
But transitioning into the early 2000s, Worlds.com saw a decrease in traffic as other MMOs started to become online, right? You have Toonstown, you got Room Space, Second Life, all these.
Rune Space?
Room Space.
Oh, I thought you said Rune Space.
Oh,
I went, what?
No, Toontown, Room Space, Second Life, Club
Oh.
Penguin, I'm imagining is in there.
Oh, I thought you actually was like Club Penguin was actually on that list.
No.
I was like,
It's not on this
What?
list, but I hoped it was.
why?
But basically, competition is starting to heat up, right?
Yeah.
The people's attention are being pulled in many different ways. Eventually, like any monster in the industry, like YouTube.com suddenly has all of its competitors in social media. You can upload video anywhere. But despite this, Worlds.com survived, and it's still, to this day, downloadable and accessible, right? So as with everything tangible that we discuss, I urge caution as you download anything on the internet. I don't think I need to even say that anymore, but I'll say it. If you go to worlds.com, it's still up. Just proceed with caution if you really want to do that.
I mean, what is there, like 50 people on Worlds.com?
That's a really good question.
I bet it doesn't look any better than what it looks like on that picture.
Oh no. I mean, you look at World of Warcraft and it's kind of the same.
Yeah.
But when it comes to why they're still online, it's rumored that the game's original creator, Tom Kidron, is still funding the server with his own money and running it out of his home, as if he has maybe a server room or something.
What?
As to why? Question mark. I don't know.
I mean, maybe just because it was his baby, he doesn't want to kill it off.
That's probably it. I mean, if there's any people still using it,
Yeah.
they probably feel like it is their home, like a very dedicated, passionate 50
I grew up
people.
on this. I didn't want to leave it, and this is where I grew up, and this is where I
you know
die.
what? Yeah, maybe. But in the early 2010s, and I just want to say as an aside, I'm really happy we're in the 20s, so we can stop with the O's and the 10s and
Yeah.
the teens. We can just say 20s, 30s, 40s. We can go back to that.
Yep.
But anyway, in the early 2010s, Anons on 4chan, they have many boards on 4chan, but the two that we're going to talk about are the V and X boards. I believe, if memory serves, that the X board is a paranormal-centric board. I'm not sure what the V board is. Don't really care to visit 4chan, but anyway, on these online forums...
I have some thoughts, but I'm just not going to say anything.
Yeah. On these anonymous forums, they talked about like cultish, illegal behavior from various individuals that were still playing this game. This is where the conversation really starts to take a cultish turn with regards to this game. Now, other 4chan members began to investigate this behavior and these anecdotal kind of pieces of evidence, and they stepped back into Worlds.com themselves, essentially entering the fray. All of these anonymous users started to then repopulate this world to say, okay, is there a cult happening here? What's really going on? Regardless, the story kind of made it go viral.
Or are the people like the 50 people that are still playing where they just like, hey, let's make up this cool story and see if we can get people to flood back in?
That is entirely possible. And
Yeah.
we're gonna kind of talk about that. But there are two regular users of Worlds.com that we're going to discuss in more detail because they seem to be at the center of these cult rumors. The first one we're going to talk about is a name that I'm not sure if I know how to pronounce because I've never really heard it before except for on Nexpo's videos that we're going to talk about him in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But Nexialist, Nexialist. So, in a blog post from January 21st of 2012, named ForgottenWorlds.com by someone with the username George Costanza,
Okay.
a Seinfeld character.
Yep.
This blog post describes a particular player by the name of Nexilist. So this person was a regular player of the game who had been trying to entice 4chan users from, like I mentioned, the V and X forums into playing the game with him.
And this is in 2010?
Good question. 2012 was a blog post about these goings on.
Right.
I believe that these were happening in the several years prior. This was kind of
Okay.
a known
And then
thing happening.
this like virtual chat room
Mhm.
was thriving in what year again?
It came into fruition in 1995. It started to peter out in the early 2000s, but it continues to exist today. And it wasn't until the early 2000s that 4chan it got on their radar.
Right.
So
I mean, you're talking like 5+ years after this, like, kind of fell off. Someone's
yeah.
like, "Hey, come back! Come,
yes.
It's awesome."
it seems that this person kind of was drawing people in over the years. To
Like
what
you're trying to
degree, it's hard to
recruit.
say. Right. Right.
I think the thing there that just doesn't make too much sense to me is just like going out of your way to try and recruit, but also you gotta think. I have no idea, and maybe they did, but like the actual structure and foundation and the way the chat room functions and everything like that, like it's not like they made a sequel, so
Right.
the base programming is probably super old and outdated. There's not a lot of great features, I'm assuming. And if it petered out, they probably didn't have like as many updates back then, right? As they do
Mhm.
today. Today it's like update. Back
Right.
then it was just like
20 gig update. I'm like, damn, I'm gonna uninstall this game now.
exactly. And now it's just like, back then it was like
Let it ride.
let it ride and see what
Yeah.
happens, and we'll
Hey.
do one big
You
update.
can't fix perfection.
But like
When you
it
launch
just-
something as perfect as
why would
this-
you want to? Why would you want to sit in that?
I don't know.
Like imagine
this. So here's
remember
the thing.
like the old Xbox live chat rooms where you had to go to the dashboard in order
Yes.
to create a room
Yes.
and then have people. Yeah, imagine
Now-
like if you're just like you wanted to stay in that.
Yeah, but imagine now, I'm going to jump analogies and say MySpace instead. A MySpace that you can enter with a digital character. When you can customize it that thoroughly, people start to get personal ownership over their space, right? And so, yeah, you and I might not relate to that idea, but the fact that people have
But then-
nestled homes and places and
Yes.
networking.
But
People
when
and,
Space Friends comes out and everyone migrates to that and has more features and better customization and everything like that, and like that's where all your
People
friends
hate
are-
change. People retaliate against change. They want to draw you back in.
for sure. But we are talking about something that has like died out, right? And other things are thrived in its place.
Sure.
So yes, people hate change, but when the thing that they're holding on to dies out,
Right,
they're
is a
going
dinosaur.
after. Yeah, is a dinosaur. Then they're going after what they're.
Oh,
thriving
I
for.
agree with you. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, there must be some reason as to why these folks stayed behind. And some people believe
Yeah, I
that
think
it's cult centric, right?
Nefarious.
Nefarious. So, within Worlds.com, Nexilist had a very large following and was known as the key bearer. It could be because of this following that they stuck around. It could be for many different reasons. But it is rumored that finding him within the game is extremely difficult, if not impossible. Some say that the only way you find him is that he finds you, that you are a user of the game, that you're browsing and playing and whatnot, and that he will appear to you if he tries to
hold on.
recruit
I
you.
need to know is it like just like a World of Warcraft where you go and talk to different people?
Yes. So again, it's kind of like this. It's just kind of like a platform.
Like a
You can have
giant
all these different
digital-
chat rooms, but they're not
Mhm.
like AIM where you're just typing. It is a chat room in the sense of like
your
VR.
avatar.
What is that? VR chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you are in a three-dimensional space, kind of like a crappy metaverse,
Right.
and you're just a character walking around, and there's different themes, i.e. different lobbies, and so you can just pop in and walk around in whatever different lobby you want to be in. Now, this Nexilus guy would come to you, find you in any server, pull
Right.
you to his server, and then show you his wares,
First
right?
off, hacker if he could just pull you, or
Well, I
maybe
mean, you would
maybe
invite
it does.
you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay. But is this something that was like talked about and rumored when things were popping in like the population of the rooms, like the chat rooms? and the-
That's a good question. So
Right?
it doesn't seem that Anonymous caught on until the early 2010s, but I think that that's looking back. So I would
Right.
wager that this theoretical cultish behavior, these
Mhm.
two individuals that we're going to talk about, I believe that their activity was sprawled across the 2000s, those early
Got it.
2000s. And so that's what makes this so hard to pin down, is that a lot of this is anecdotal. A lot of this is lost to old internet. And so
Yeah.
we can only gather the data that is available to us and try to draw connections and
Right.
conclusions
You're
between.
not talking about a crime scene. You're talking about the
Right.
vast internet.
Yeah. But imagine now you're playing this game, this person finds you, they approach you, and the way it tends to go down, again, per the story, is that you would be approached by his creepy avatar, and I'll show you an image of what that looks like in a second. And he would stand in front of you speechless for a few minutes until he then invites you by way of message to join him, to follow him. And if you then follow him, he takes you on a tour of his world that is filled with satanic symbols and disturbing images. Again, this is what really makes it known that it's early internet, because it looks like the only texture, the only image used to supply this world is just satanic imagery, right? So you just look at the walls and they're all red with devil horns, right?
Right.
I'll show you here an image, or disturbing faces and expressions, stuff like that. That's what he looks like. You can see his room behind
Stands
him a
there
little
for
bit.
a couple minutes.
And I believe this is the entrance to it,
Maybe
which
that's
looks like
just
a
like
hellhole.
Maybe it's just like the attention span of like the 2020s, but like a couple minutes, I'd be like, after like 30 seconds, I'd be like, okay, maybe they're AFK. and
That's
then
exactly
walk
what I would have
away.
thought. I would have dodged this cult by going, this man's AFK.
Yeah, he's not here. Okay, I thought something weird was gonna go down, but nothing's happening.
Dang,
so
looks
goodbye.
like old Nexie fell asleep at the wheel. You know,
Yeah,
maybe
someone
got up to get
passed
some
out,
Cheetos.
Maybe too many
or
hours.
he
It's
ran out of
really
Mountain
funny
Dew or
because
something.
like this is supposed to be terrifying and just
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know.
this looks like an old game.
Right.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
It loses its terror in
yeah.
the modern arena for sure.
For sure. This looks like
I would hate to talk. I would hate to know what cults are out there online now and what they look like
oh,
in
God.
2022.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going to be some immersive stuff. You
That-
pop on a VR helmet and you're actually
right,
there.
Exactly. And
Haptic suits and whatnot. They can tickle you and what.
Oh, there, yeah.
Nope,
yeah,
nope,
no,
nope,
no,
nope,
no.
nope.
No, you're right. There are haptic suits for that. Yeah, this looks so old, dude.
Could you imagine like you're in a
Like,
VR chat room and they
so
go,
old.
Gucci goo, follow me to my satanic room.
Oh my God.
And then you say, no, thank you.
Like a 2 feet
So
tall
anyway,
knuckles.
Yeah, let's come back to kind of this guy and we'll jump into the next one. So after the tour, again, as these stories go, he will then message you audio files. And this is kind of where it gets creepy. If you can get past the imagery of his world, he messages you audio files through their chat feature, which enable you to send audio clips. And typically these audio sounds, per the story, are animals in pain or other similar sounds, disturbing sounds to say the least. Players often then would leave the game after this interaction out of fear, out of misunderstanding for what this platform could be. You know, this is, again, you got to think these are early internet users and they don't know the full potential of it. They don't know what could happen with it. And so
Right.
immediately, a lot of people jump off of this. They report their experience to various online boards such as 4chan, and then they're like, I'm out. But this kind of fueled the cycle of curious 4chan users going into the game, finding this individual, having concerning interactions, again, leaving
Oh, so
the
they
game.
actually like found this
Yeah,
individual.
it kind of became this vicious cycle where people were like, I heard stories about this person. Let me go find them. Some would be lucky enough to find them, if you want to even say lucky, have these experiences, share them, and it continues to snowball into this very weird viral story. So again, I'm building the case here. I'm kind of laying the groundwork that we'll harvest the fruit from here in a second. But let's talk about the second user that comes up often. And this is where it starts to get hairy as well.
Do you think like he also, or the person also updated their, like a, I mean, I'm assuming they're sending it via chat through like not like an attachment type of function,
I believe so.
right? Do you think they updated their attachment files like higher quality?
That's a
like,
really good question.
or is it still just the like, I just imagine
Still
because it's
really
old.
compressed.
Either really compressed and scratchy, or I just imagine in my head for some reason it's like one of those kid toys where you pull the string and right, like
the cow goes.
and
Right.
just like that's it. Just looks so old and
Right.
dated, right? So in my mind, and he's just like, "Do you want to hear something terrifying?"
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
it could just be this dude recording himself through his phone handheld piece going, and then like sharing that. But either way,
and
it's
terrifying
disturbing.
back then. And then maybe now he's just like, oh, I'm losing my touch.
I mean, think of The Ring. We've talked about this before, but you play that tape now and you're like, this is low quality, but that makes it spooky. But if The Ring came out, put out a 4K Blu-ray of that haunted tape, you'd be like, looks too fake, you know?
Yeah.
You put that TV smoothing on it and you're like, nah, it's not creepy anymore. It just looks like a woman brushing her hair.
Highly produced.
Look, a lighthouse.
True.
A fly. Whoa. So anyway, I don't know. I really don't want to find these audio clips, but if they exist, you know. Let's talk about the second user that tends to come up a lot. This person goes by the name of Jimbly, and Jimbly was mentioned back, I mentioned this online user named George Costanza. In their blog experience, they kind of shared this name. And according to the blog post, joining Jimbly's online network requires bizarre asks and exposing information such as mugshots or even nude imagery. So one person approaches you, silently stares you down until you kind of go, what? And then they say, come to my world. And then you go on this satanic tour. This person will reach out to you, ask you to do very bizarre tasks. And then if you do those, they might then let you into their world. Very, very creepy stuff. You never know who's behind all of these things, especially in the early internet. But again, we're kind of laying the groundwork for a lot of these weird odds and ends that come up. So in Jimbly's self-created world stood 30 different rooms, filled with various mugshots. Room 2, in particular, was dedicated especially to Jimbly himself. Now, Christian, I don't know if that means images of Jimbly, or if this room in particular was just an homage to Jimbly, to be like, hey, this is my world, or anything like that. I don't know if they were exposing their own face to the world or not.
So like Kiki's Delivery Service and Totoro and Studio Jimbly.
And yeah, were there any like PG-friendly rooms in this world that we can kind of soften the blow with?
I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty sure there were no PG-friendly rooms. It's kind of hard to say because, like it's been said, this is a tenuous story.
Yes.
But I believe Room 2 is dedicated to kind of a mixture, photos of Jimbly as well as being like dedicated to his like a I don't even know how to describe it really.
Almost like a totem or totem's the wrong word, but like a
shrine.
A shrine.
Yeah,
it's a great word.
I believe it was like a mixture of that, but I'm honestly not really sure.
Interesting. Well, the blog that we're talking about kind of theorized that these two individuals were working together to solicit perhaps inappropriate files, pictures, information from individuals to then store and share them on Jimbly's world. That's where we start to get into the theoretical territory. But YouTuber Nexpo, who is somebody who I've followed for quite some time, very well-crafted videos, they actually made a video covering Nexilist and Jimbly, and it appeared that the true cult was led specifically by Jimbly, that maybe the other individual was part of it or just tangential. But following Nexpo's video on the two and on the cult rumors, Worlds gained an influx of new users. I mean, essentially this went viral because of the popularity. And that's the centerpiece here that only adds to more confusion. The more people that talk about this, like ourselves, ironically, the more misinformation spreads and the more this just garners attention without any, there's just more loose ends, really. So many of the regulars of this game, people on Worlds.com, started to grow annoyed with the viral attention. Most of these folks that were just using this world for whatever purposes they have, but were not at all attached to this cult or these users. So people are starting to get really annoyed by this influx. People thinking that, that there has to be some cult. So they're like, no. This is just a regular old thing. There's ain't a cult.
You have the small handful of people that have been existing in this area for quite some time. And they're just doing their thing and they're chatting, they're, saying hi to old buddies on the daily, etc. Then you have this influx of
people showing up.
People showing up going like, hey, where's the cult? Hey, where's the guy? Show me the person. Like, where are they? Give them to me. Hey, are you a part of a cult? What's going on? Hey, can I join? Like, just imagine the spamming of all that annoying stuff.
Oh, yeah. And so for the diehards, I'm sure it was just very annoying. In fact, there is a mod of the world's subreddit, username Whirlaburla, who shared a blog post dispelling rumors of any cult activity or illegal activity going on. And with regards to the mugshots in particular, they said this, quote, "Mugshots is a world created by Jimbly which features many user-submitted pictures along with their username. It was a way to know who you were talking to without being too invasive back then. While the anonymity was nice back in the day, some people really appreciated Worlds and the users on it, and submitting a picture was a way to share a virtual connection with one another." Which makes sense, right? This is probably one of the first kind of self-created social media platforms. People started to build real-world connections through this digital platform, and they wanted to share pictures of themselves to create a little bit more of an interactive and intimate setting. But despite these many PSAs on the Worlds Online subreddit, some newcomers were still very curious about the ongoing secrets that could potentially be hidden behind the walls of something like Worlds.com. In fact, there was a 5 gigabyte file that only fueled this fire. 5 gigabyte file doesn't really sound that big, but it can contain a lot of text information.
I mean, if
to
it's
sift
just
through.
like Word docs or sound bites, like 5 gigs could be
Oh,
thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Right. So there was a 5 gigabyte file that was archived with information regarding Worlds, and it was found on a website called Anon Files. Simply enough, Anon Files was an online file storage place that offers anonymity. You didn't need to make an account or log in order to upload files. And so you can imagine, I mean, that's that early Western
God.
internet stuff.
Yeah.
Anything
You-
goes.
Hey, just throw it up there. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Like, it's all good. And now it's like, you need your name, your
Oh, yeah.
social, your phone number, and
Well, that's because
email
people started
address.
pirating stuff that way, or
Yeah, that's
sharing
true.
viruses and all of
Mhm.
that. So within this file, though, was information regarding a group called the Cult of Saturn. We're going to do our best to dive into this file, by the way, but again, there's so much information within this that it's hard to succinctly dive into it. So we're gonna focus on the main pieces of information, and the rest is out there. I would really urge caution if you wanted to start downloading random files from the internet, but that information is available to parse if one was so inclined. So moving on now from those two specific individuals, I've kind of given their backstory. Now if I mention them, you'll know where I'm at. But let's talk about this file now. There was a YouTuber by the name, I believe, Eudoxia Mysteries, and a Reddit user by the username Mugetsu TV. Both explored this 5 gigabyte file, so you and I, Task Force, don't have to. And they called it the internet's biggest rabbit hole. So like I said, a lot of information, but in this file were links to a blog by a woman named Tara Oraso, and that was in July of 2015. This shared some of her experiences involving a cult. So we're going to go off the beaten path for a second, but just like all internet mysteries, it's going to coalesce here at the end.
This is okay.
So stop
There's like-
again. It gets windy.
There's
so
like
stop me.
no. I'm just saying there's like little breadcrumbs of
Yes.
creepiness.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where you go. Oh, these breadcrumb chunks are bigger.
Oh yeah.
Because now we're really talking like cult stuff, right? The other stuff before, it's like it could just be someone being weird on the internet, right?
Exactly.
Now
it's
you're
when
talking
they all
about
coalesce.
like someone just like, hey, I had this really weird cult experience, and there's these hidden files of like
Mhm.
It goes from like someone could just be in that world messing around, you know.
Absolutely.
It takes a little bit more dedication and seriousness to have like a big 5 gig file. If I'm assuming it's all text or mostly text or just some text in there, like to write that out, hide it, not to have like a guaranteed payoff or something like that.
Mhm.
This is where you gotta go, okay, this is more serious stuff that's
Right.
happening
Like
here.
you got to believe someone tipped off somebody else as to the file's existence.
Yeah.
That or someone's just going through this anonymous website filled with anonymous files and just downloading them all and just cracking them open, seeing what's inside like a wonder ball.
Insane. I mean, you grab a brand new computer and just
Yeah, or open up like a sandbox browser with it. Anyway, so again, within all of this file comes a blog post from Tara Arasso. Okay, and that comes from July of 2015. Now, Tara worked alongside a man named Richard to research the cult and put out an informative yet very real blog post. When I say the cult, I mean the Cult of Saturn. She joined this cult in 2010. Tara dated a guy who was into grunge and punk music, and they would often attend parties together. Eventually, the guy she was dating started to tell Tara about drugs that could be used to open your third eye, right? And then they began talking about worshiping the planet Saturn. So as she gets to know this guy's kind of unveiling a little bit more about him, and this group that he's a part of. Once she became part of this group, others in this group told Tara about a book called The Book of Lock and Key. This book would sometimes be referred to as the Book of Loki, just because it sounds similar, but also evokes some very interesting thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So many occult communities have tried to find this book over the years. In fact, on many occult library websites, such as the X Library, someone posted they were looking for this book, and another person responded to them saying, quote, "Everyone knows this is an extremely rare and possibly non-existent book." But essentially, this X Library, it's its own website of occult books and literature and whatnot. I don't believe that this website exists any longer because I tried to find it, though we do have a screenshot of what it looks like. So essentially, we have this new book now that will be referred to a few times, but it's so rare, so difficult to find that some believe it might not even exist at all.
Interesting. So old school.
Yeah. But eventually, again, long story short, in
Mhm.
this blog post, Tara then talks about being introduced to a man by the name of Frank Webster by one of her friends. This same friend seemed to worship Frank, and this is when Tara started to begin to realize, okay, I think I'm involved with a cult, because they kind of eased her into it, slowly unveiling weirder and weirder information and opening up their true nature a little bit more and more.
As far as you can, as fast as you can.
Oh, yes.
You're gonna be sacrificed.
Well, perhaps.
To Saturn.
To Saturn.
Of all places.
They're going to launch you off, send you to the surface of Saturn where you'll fall for an eternity and let the gravity crush you into a diamond.
I'm still waiting for the turn here where they're like Saturn was a symbol for something and they weren't actually worshiping the planet, because right now it sounds like they're worshiping the planet.
You talking about like a Roman god
or just
Saturn?
Anything that's not just the planet in the sky.
Right. Well, this isn't the first time we talked about Saturn, right?
No,
we
for
talked
sure.
about those tiles that often talk about Saturn, but they referred to like 2001: A Space Odyssey and all that. But let's wind it back a little bit. Let's talk about Frank. Again, a lot of different vectors here, so stop me if you get lost. So in 2009, this Frank Webster started this cult known as the Cult of Saturn. How did this start? Let's talk about it. So
he's the one that started the damn
He's the one that
thing.
started it. And that's why people were kind of worshiping him, because he's the centerfold to this whole thing. He's the leader of this cult. Yeah. So why did it start? Why is it called the Cult of Saturn? Well, in the early days of the cult, people would join and simply share ideas about the supernatural. This was just a way for people to share their stories about whether it be aliens or ghosts or anything in between. This is what they would do. That said, many early members used the group more in a way of making friends and partying than anything else, than anything that a cult might be doing. But that's kind of they put you in a sense of ease, right? They get you in a false sense of security. You're like, oh, this is just a networking, a social thing.
Right.
And suddenly the whole group shifts and then it feels like something else. But Tara wrote that in order to get his cult taken more seriously, Frank Webster started elaborate recruitments in London where he would take his cult into the streets for promotion, doing things like spray painting occult symbols on walls or other small efforts essentially that he would call missions. People go out on missions in London to recruit people. Now, jumping to the end, really, this recruiting method was somewhat successful in that they gained around 30 additional members to this cult at the Occupy London protests, if you recall those of many years ago. So yeah, this is just kind of now the start of the Cult of Saturn.
Were they always referring to themselves as a cult? Because before it just seems like you'd be like, hey, we just have like a club.
That's a good question. Christian, do you know if they adopted the name Cult of Saturn later on, or if it was just tongue-in-cheek early days, but then actually became serious? Maybe it was kind of something that they didn't outwardly say, but they knew what it was behind the scenes. I don't know.
I don't think they call themselves like a cult right away.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know for a fact that 2 years after the fact, they know that they're a cult, and they know they're trying to recruit people. I just don't know.
Yeah, at that point in time,
started
it's
like that.
You're a cult, or you're trying to recruit people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably impossible to find, but I was just curious if off the bat they're like, we're a cult.
Yeah.
It just,
I wouldn't be
I mean, if
surprised.
they're hanging out and partying and stuff like that, it just seems like, we just kind of have this club of friends.
Yeah. I would gather that Frank Webster started this to say, no, come over. We're going to just talk about the supernatural. It's very light touch stuff. But then suddenly he's like, you know what? I think we need new members, right? And he starts to coax people around, and suddenly they've gently shifted without really realizing. I mean, I quickly walk you through Tara's experience. via her blog post, and she's starting to realize like, oh, I was just doing this to party and meet friends, but now I'm being introduced to this guy, and you're like worshiping him, and you're telling me to do stuff.
Could you imagine if, we have board game nights?
Oh man,
we go and hang out and do board games.
Hey, before board game night tonight, everybody, I brought this goat.
Oh no, lamb chop! Just go ahead and hold this knife. No, but like, imagine set up a board game night like we usually do, and I was like, yeah, my friend Barry's coming over, and then Barry comes over, and like as soon
you
as
all
I
get on the ground, kiss the floor.
As soon as I see him, like he puts his hand out, and I take his hand and just kind of put it on my forehead to kind of give him a little bless.
Whoa.
Would you just be like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I would. I'd be like, I'll shake your hand, I suppose, but I'm not going to smear your palm on my face. Like, what is this? I'd be very strange. I'd be taken aback. I'd be like, whoa.
And then,
but I'm not going to call you out because I'm like, this guy's clearly comfortable with you. And I'm not going to be like judgmental.
But then, you just start noticing different things like me. We have cheese and hors d'oeuvres, but he's got like his own platter of like foods. And
he pulls out his own Lunchable. Like it's a Ziploc bag of red meat I don't recognize.
Maybe. Or just like he has his own specially
right
prepped meal that I have prepped for him.
Oh man.
That's like, what would you do?
I don't know, but I feel like board games would start to become more and more sparse. I'll be honest.
If
Barry
like
starts showing up, rubbing you up and saying, "Give me my lunch," then I'm gonna kind of be a little off.
I'm gonna start being busy whenever you ask.
I might start being busy. I might start hating board games. I might be sick those days.
I can't make it anymore.
Is Barry gonna be there? He is.
I'm just not a fan of betrayal anymore.
Barry has his own board game he wants to play tonight. It's gonna be really special. You should come. And that's when I go, yikes.
Yeah. I feel like I'd have to be like, dude, are you like, is this like
you good?
Cult? Are you good? Like,
yeah.
I don't want to use the word cult here, but like,
I will.
Feel like a leader
Lowercase
of the
c
group.
for right now.
Yeah.
I will say I can't find anything that says when they adopted the name Cult of Saturn or incorporated the name Saturn into their group.
Yeah.
But it does kind of beg the question of how often do cults refer to themselves as cults?
That's
right?
a really good, I think
true. Yeah.
It's a good question. It's worth asking, but it's like,
did they ever call themselves that, or is that just what they became known as by others? But I can't find any concrete info.
I mean, I thought that was gonna be near impossible. I was just curious. But no, that's a good point. Do we just go, hey, we're a cult, or just go, hey, we hang out, and then everyone just go, this is a cult.
This is a cult.
This is a cult. Let's be
real.
If
I had to label this group, I'd say cult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey everybody, Trevor here, and I'm gonna dive right into it, just the meat and potatoes of the business. We've got a TikTok channel. I want to shout that out because it's doing quite well. Thank you all for joining it and following it and liking everything. You've had us pop off a few times now, so thank you very much. You can find that with a different handle, The Red Web. So check that out on TikTok. We do mini mysteries, sometimes things that you're going to recognize, but it's also our way to scratch that itch of those mini mysteries that can't really fill out a full proper episode. Also, if you like gameplay, here's another shout out to something else that Alfredo and I are doing. If you go to youtube.com/let's play, you'll see a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, if you will, or rather a peek to a different curtain. That is the other job that Alfredo and I have. We played through the entire game of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. It's a spooky, scary horror game, and we had a good time while playing that. So if you want to check out what we do over there, you can check that out with a scary game. Other than that, let's talk about today's fantastic sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by BetterHelp. This month, BetterHelp Online Therapy wants to remind you to take care of your most important relationship, the one that you have with yourself. You are your greatest asset, so invest the time and effort into yourself. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to worry about seeing anybody on camera or anything like that if you don't want to. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can get matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Give it a try and see why over 2 million people have used BetterHelp Online Therapy. This episode of Red Web, once again, is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Task Force, you can get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. That's BETTERHELP.com/redweb. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Audible. where you will get tons of audio entertainment all in one app. You might know Audible for the incredible selection of audiobooks across genres, from bestsellers and new releases all the way to celebrity memoirs and mysteries, thrillers, so much more than that. But that's just, I'm just going to list out a couple of genres that they got. So whether you listen to audio at the gym, while relaxing at home, or on your commute, Audible has a ton to choose from. Audible members can choose one title per month to keep including new releases. And new members can try Audible for free for 30 days. I use Audible when I'm in the gym so I can listen to some of my favorite books. It's what gets me out of bed in the morning because I want to know what happens next in that novel, right? And so I also don't have to sit down and scrub my eyes across a page. I get to listen to it while I lift. I feel very efficient while doing it. And I'm getting yoked like a scientist. Visit audible.com/redweb or text redweb to 500 to try Audible free for 30 days. Again, that's 30 days of Audible for free at audible.com/redweb or text redweb to 500 to join Audible to listen to a ton of book and podcast titles. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Babbel. For most of us, learning a second language in high school or college wasn't exactly the high point in our academic careers, but now thanks to Babbel, the language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions, there's an addictively fun and easy way to learn a new language. I like to use Babbel because it kind of gamifies the way that you can learn a language. It's always fun to learn a new language because you can use it wherever you want in life. It becomes like a tool that you can use as necessary if you travel around. But I don't really like memorizing words, and so that's why I like Babbel. Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel lessons were created by over 100 language experts. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel. In addition to lessons, you can also access podcasts, games, videos, stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. Right now, save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/redweb. That's babbel.com/redweb for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. And with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. Well, this is where I want to do my best to take all of the paths, all of the background information we have laid out so far, and try to build it up now. And because it does all seem a bit non sequitur, let's build it up into one kind of case as to how these all kind of connect. So Tara found out in 2011 that one of the cult members convinced Frank that the cult would gain a larger following through making itself into an ARG. We've talked about ARGs many times in the past, but that means alternative reality games, or sometimes augmented reality games. And this is also kind of where the story starts to really get confusing, because they start as a cult, if you take it at face value, this is when they really start throwing things at the wall, seeing what will stick. How can we get more people on board with this group? How can we build more influence as a group?
Oh, God.
Yeah. So this group then took to 4chan and other online forums posting about their cult in relation to the end of the world theories with the Mayan calendar. If you recall, 2012 and the years prior were a buzz with the end of the Mayan calendar. 2012 was even a movie about like the end of the world.
Yeah.
And so they were really trying to take some of that social momentum behind that, I don't know what you'd call it, urban legends,
Right, the myth,
theory.
yeah.
They just try to kind of ride that wave to build up more of a presence.
Interesting. I just wouldn't want to be attached to that.
No, but when you're just trying to garner raw numbers, I guess maybe you do.
And I mean, also, like, you probably are looking for those type of minds to like
Exactly.
bring in. That's probably right. Like,
Absolutely.
That's-
Open minds.
that's the
might
pool
be,
you want to swim in, essentially.
That's a good analogy. I'm not dipping my toes. That's a pool you wear a wetsuit in.
Well, I mean, just one toe. Don't worry about it.
Well, okay, you get in there.
Water's warm.
A lot of pee. A lot of pee in that pool. So by trying to ride this wave, they jumped onto various social media platforms, and they even created a website called falseprophethq.com. This website was littered with occult symbology and symbols, and they actually had a countdown that featured on the front page that said, quote, "the end of the world," essentially counting down the days left. Now, this is a major red flag for any occult behavior, right? Regardless of their intent, a lot of these, you see it in pop culture, whether it's a joke like in Parks and Rec, or whether it's serious like something maybe like this. They love to use that idea that they know when the world's going to end to rally their members, right?
Rally their members, and then everyone, the cult leader goes, "Hey, I made this special batch of Kool-Aid. Let's party the end of the world together." And then
Don't sip. They made it with pool water.
That's what.
Gross.
Oh, God. Oh, no!
I'm building out a universe. my cult MCU. Either way, though, they have these websites now, and so they're just trying to blast out to recruit people. They start making videos, and I don't know why or how this would really attract anybody, but the video featured a man in a balaclava talking about the occult, talking about the end of the world. I don't know if this is Frank himself,
right,
or if this is just somebody else trying to obscure their personal identity, but suffice to say, they certainly garnered a lot of attention. But and I don't want to say this too much, so this will probably be the last time I say it, but I admit that the timeline here of the events, all the information that we did in our research, this is where it's, really, really gets messy. So finding more details from here on out starts to become very difficult. But ultimately, the Cult of Saturn got a lot of attention, some with recruitment, but a lot of it featured trolls on the internet. In fact,
damn, no one's safe from the internet.
No one's safe from the internet, for better or worse, right? And this group that was trolling them actually named themselves the Cult of Mars. And they were essentially just a parody of the Cult of Saturn. So,
damn. Bro.
Regardless, we know for a fact that Cult of Saturn was a publicly used name, whether it was at the beginning of the cults in 2009 or popped up somewhere between then and 2013. I don't know.
Could you just imagine, like, we are the Cult of Saturn, and then someone else is going, "We are the Cult of Mars."
We're the Cult of Mars. We're the Cult of Mars.
Like, damn, man, like it's annoying and insulting. Like, leave me alone.
Who let their little cousin in here? We're the Cult of Mars. We're the Cult of Mars.
Like, leave me alone.
Join us. The world's gonna begin in 2 years. But yeah, at this point, the Cult of Saturn seemed to disband. Let's kind of jump to that chase.
Oh.
Now.
What?
Yeah. I think, well, did the cult itself disband, or did they just shift their form? That's the question.
Like a chameleon.
Like a chameleon trying to dodge some trolls, but you never quite lose the trolls, do you? Now, in 2013, rumors of a cult on worlds.com began to appear online, which involved, once again, those people we talked about, Nexilist and, quote, following the white rabbit. Now, again, remember, Nexilist's avatar featured all black clothing and a kind of artistic take on a rabbit's head.
I would say so.
It was a very creepy, almost geometric.
Round-ish face, but then also had like long ears that pointed up, it seemed like.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you go rabbit.
Right. Definitely rabbit themed here. And I believe this is way after The Matrix came out, which also popularized that phrase.
I was about to say, was this after The Matrix?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
This was 2013 where rumors really started to begin. So yeah, a lot of messaging around follow the white rabbit, Nexilist looks like a rabbit. And then on April 23rd of 2013, a 4chan X thread titled, quote, "The Book of Loki and Nexilist" appeared on 4chan by the user named Clay. So this user Clay, like many others online in the occult communities, was trying to find that elusive book. You remember the book that was referred to as the Book of Loki.
Book of Loki.
Eventually, Clay realized that the Cult of Saturn was related to this book in some way. I'm not exactly sure how they came to that conclusion. Again, a lot is lost to the lack of archiving. But they created a 4chan thread with a supposed page from the book, and beneath that photo was the word Nexilist. This is when Clay, this anonymous user, Clay, searched the word Nexilist, figured out that this was a user within this game, Worlds Online. And this is where, they went through all the rabbit hole features that we kind of loosely talked about, and they came to the conclusion that this cult in this game must be related to this book. And so we have kind of like a trifecta of things emerging together. The game Worlds, Nexilist, the user, and this book of
the
Lock
game
and Key.
itself?
Yes, as a platform. Maybe not the game like developers, but the people on the game. So that's how the game's involved.
Right. They use it as a vessel.
Yes. Basically, to this user and other users online kind of looking into this, it appeared that the cult really did join worlds.com, but to what extent, we're not really sure. It's still to be determined. That's part of what's unsolved here. We're not sure how active they were, but that's really where people started to fly off the rails with, okay, these people must be the cult members. They're drawing people into this game only as a platform with which to continue to garner new members, right? So they're tagging the streets of London. They're trying to do an ARG. They have rumors of this book that is impossible to find, and now they have a presence in this worlds.com game. So really, they're just like a very bleeding edge cult where they're trying to recruit through very new, and well, I guess this game isn't bleeding edge anymore, but they were trying to recruit through these new tactics.
But still, yeah, they weren't handing out like flyers and stuff like that, or just to recruit through friends. Like they were actually trying to do like ARGs and stuff like that. Yeah,
and so it seems like one of the first instances of a cult finding home online and recruiting online. This is one of the first cults that made the transcendence from physical world into the digital world to find new members.
So weird.
It's very weird. These are my favorite kind of internet mysteries where like what you would expect from real life blends into the nebulous and unpredictable nature that is online. It's wild. But that's all the information we have, as succinctly as possible.
Oh.
You know, there are other resources out there that you can take a look at, but we have more information coming in the theories. But there are 3 primary theories that attempt to answer what was really going on here, what were the motivations of everybody, and maybe addressing how all these different factors link in together.
Yeah, because like what was the cult really even about?
That's a good question. What was their motivation?
Yeah.
At the beginning talking about supernatural, but you're right. What is it now?
That's the biggest thing for me right now is like, what were they even about?
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's a very scary question.
Sure, maybe like cosmetically they were a little scary looking with Nexilus and like all the devil worship type stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna think that like on the outside they look like that and the inside they're not something similar to that. But like what exactly? It's just there's so many like
could be shock and awe, right? It could just be theater. But the real thing is, when it comes to this cult or any, and again, it's a scary question, is what is the motivation? I think we can all be flippant and try to answer that ourselves, but there are so many cults, and this might be one of them, that maybe just didn't get up to speed enough with enough members to really attempt their final vision, their motivation, whatever that is, whether it's, like you said, drinking the Kool-Aid, or if it's just trying to create a religion, a belief system, a town in Oregon. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole occult thing. But like, maybe they just never got to the size that they wanted to then realize whatever nefarious motivations they might have had. And that makes me start to wonder, like, what kind of cults have been out there that could have done something wild,
but
that
just
didn't,
out.
And thankfully didn't, right?
I'm sure there's a ton out there that have very, very, very bad thoughts, but executing them is accelerating that to a whole nother level.
So let's talk about some of the theories. So people theorize that Nexilus, Gimli, and their bizarre worlds were a front for a satanic cult. But according to users on the Worlds Online subreddit, Nexilus was simply a troll, and Gimli's worlds are simply just relics of an older form of social media that didn't really properly take and didn't take off. Some think that the cult of Saturn and their activities online were hoaxes run by trolls, that they then called themselves a cult, while there was never really a cult at all in this MMO.
Oh, I completely agree. That could have just been them trolling the entire time.
And it kind of helps answers your question, which was, what were they doing? Well, maybe they were just trolling.
Yeah, and they were just... I mean, look, that's just... You see it nowadays, not necessarily like in this form, but I mean, people are trolling all the time in terms of like being good or bad, friendly or not, male, female, etc. Like the trolling has not stopped.
I mean, you and I, we talk about board game nights. We'll troll each other. We'll troll one another in our friend group. And who's to say that this didn't start like that and then just pick up a life of its own, because the internet just has that magic touch.
It does.
Again, always for better or worse. It could go totally different ways. But part of this hoax theory is essentially that, you know, this could have been a group of friends hanging out, talking about the occult, talking about supernatural, all with just very humble beginnings, just shared beliefs and things. And then maybe they started hazing people, or maybe they started picking up practices that took off. And this just sent some very incredibly mixed signals to the broader internet that then began looking a little deeper, too deep.
Ripple effect.
Exactly. So who knows? But regardless, there were cults that worshipped Saturn in Roman mythology, but they're the ones that practiced actual sacrificial rituals. And so I don't think that there's any connection between this modern cult of Saturn and the ancient Roman cults of Saturn. I don't think it's a modern take, but I did want to address that here with
okay.
the hoax
Interesting.
section.
Yeah, it also seemed like this cult hasn't really done much aside from hanging out.
Yeah.
Not that, like, I guess most cults' activities are public, but it's more so, hey, we hang out.
We hang out. Come hang out.
Yeah.
Nah.
No, I'm good.
But let's talk about the next theory, because many who have researched the cult of Saturn, including Tara, whose blog was in that 5 gigabyte data dump, they believe that this was a front to promote Frank's magazine, The False Prophet, right? The False Prophet was the name of that website. So maybe all of this was a very avant-garde way to promote your magazine. In fact, in the 5 gigabyte file that we mentioned, Richard, the man who helped Tara research, found screenshots relating to the origin of the cult. In the screenshot, an individual talks about the London Antichrist urban legend and tells people that you can contact an Illuminati agent or this Antichrist figure by the name of Frank at the email address falseprophet@live.com.au. It is generally believed that this is the same Frank as Frank Webster, and so immediately we start to throw away the idea of a deeper actual cult and more throw up the facade of the appearance of a cult.
Yeah.
Essentially someone who's just intentionally trying to go viral. The same individual said that he found an email associated with 2 different jobs with the subject line, "Idle hands wanted for mysterious job," on an English job search website called Mandy.com.
Look, look, what, in the
Hey, I'm looking for
topic,
some idle hands.
Look, on the topic of this episode, sure, you think evil, but my mind went, that's sexual. That's sexual, man. Someone's looking for a job.
Oh, man. Someone's trying to get hands.
Some idle, buttery, smooth hands.
Hey, I'm looking for the supplest hands. Freshly trimmed nails, don't ask. So the jobs that were listed only had vague descriptions, which don't help what you're kind of after.
Oh, God. Here we go.
But the descriptions, they describe a new magazine called The False Prophet that was opening, and they were looking for creative people. People who were recruited for this job reported strange experiences, and this is where we really start to throw ourselves back into the pool of cult activity. Now, it is worth mentioning that the truth of these London job recruiting details and experiences are up for question, but some of these weird shared experiences are as follows, and I'm going to outline some of the many. Applicants were allegedly put through unorthodox methods of recruitment. Some received cryptic messages that shared their responses with yet other applicants. Applicants were put in direct contact with other applicants without actually knowing who they were or who their recruiter was. Some people were asked to write reviews about the workings and writings of other applicants. And then it started to get really, I'm just going to summarize some of these things. Eventually, some of the tasks started having applicants go after each other. They were trying to have each other attack one another psychologically to see if they could prove themselves, whatever that meant. So they would say, here's the information behind this person. Go torment them by writing reviews on their writing. Go torment them psychologically by calling them.
How do you torment someone psychologically? But
Yeah.
if you're handed like a dossier with, I don't know, details about them, then sure.
Yeah. They were given some information and told to, quote, destroy the other applicant psychologically in order to get the job. So it really starts to get hairy. This doesn't sound like some ARG. This does sound like potential cult behavior. Or they're just looking for some very specific style of people with a lack of remorse or sympathy. Some people were actually called to physical interviews at very abnormal hours, and when they would go, no one would show up. And when they would be there, they would see cryptic symbols that would be left for them to see. Other times, people would be invited to buildings on Old Street, is what I have here, for interviews. Afterward, they would be locked in the building with the lights turned off.
Oh, hell
And then
no.
they would be messed with psychologically. So this is wild.
Okay, so now they're really messing with people.
Looking for idle hands. The devil plays with them. Come on over to Old Street. Step inside this rusty old building. Hope you got your tetanus shot. Bam! Lights off.
Those
Guerrilla
hands are
radio.
Lotioned, buttered up.
Dang.
Go ahead
And they're like,
reach
hey, I
under.
got these soft hands and no lights. What's going on? Where am
Could
I?
you imagine if you thought it was a sexual thing? You're like,
I brought my tarp,
I mean, like,
You know?
weird role play,
fresh
but
rubber sheets.
but I'm ready to jerk you off now.
Oh, dude.
Could you just imagine? Like, right? Because it's so cryptid. Who's this thing? Who's to say that there wasn't someone going like, "This is the night where I get my hands dirty. Here
Dang.
we go," and then just
Dang.
going, "Hello? Why is someone making fun of me?
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna
This is wild.
use these hands."
Yeah, listen. I did those little squeezy things that make your hands strong. I don't know.
Dude, I'd be like, damn, maybe we got to be more specific a little bit.
Yeah.
You start getting all these recruits going, hey.
Well, okay. The last shared experience, counter to the very humorous story you have, the last shared experience with a lot of the job applicants were that people would receive maps for parcel drop-offs. These mysterious packages that would be dropped at different locations, and they would just be given a map for these things. So yeah,
Huh.
we have a very unsettling set
Partial
of
drop-offs? Like they would have an item that they need to deliver?
Yeah, I don't know. I just have the
Oh.
map of drop parcels.
That's just kind of...
a map asking people to drop parcels off at different locations.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Nope.
Here's a ticking box, and here's a map.
Right.
You got 30 minutes.
This box is ticking. That box is dripping blood.
And
Go
this
ahead
one,
and deliver it.
Stinky.
You know? Yeah.
But those investigating these mysterious job postings seem to connect the hiring process with the movie Donnie Darko,
Oh.
a movie that I used to love. I watched it so many times. Very interesting movie. Despite the fact I've watched it more than 10 times and I used to love it so much, I can barely remember it now.
All around me are
That's definitely in it. But what's interesting is when it comes to Donnie Darko, Frank was the name of the character, not Jake Gyllenhaal's character. That's Donnie. Frank was the rabbit that would show up periodically and guide Donnie around, right? It's very mysterious. And also, that character, that rabbit character, is the same look as Nexilist character in that game. So it almost seems like they were inspired by this movie, which then draws into question,
These cults in their
what's
movies.
this all about?
You know what I mean?
Right. They're like, oh, Matrix and Donnie Darko were onto something. Like, or fiction.
I guess if I was to say I was in a cult and it's based on a movie, it'd be a cult that's based around the Fast and Furious series. You know? Han, my boy.
I mean, it's got a good core message because there's
It does.
nothing more important than family.
That's how they get you.
And I mean,
And let me tell you, I got.
I think we're all getting got.
Yeah.
This is the
You know what I
silent
mean?
killer here.
I'm like, how could I say no to family?
Right.
How can I
crack
come
open a cold
on.
one with the boys and you're welcoming,
Cold
you're
one
welcoming
with the boys
family?
and barbecuing. Are you kidding me, man?
You seen that car's body kit too? Like, come on, there's every
How can
reason
I
in the
How
world.
can I say no to a hug from Dominic Toretto?
But, a lot of people looked at the Donnie Darko website around that time, and it showed a message that said, to get to the level 3, you must find the book of the key and lock. And so, there's a lot of language lifted from the Donnie Darko website and movie itself that start to draw into question, like, okay, is this actual cult inspired by this pop culture media that speaks to them? Or, once again, are they just activating marketing material with the sake of promoting whatever their core business is, whether it's a magazine or just getting attention? And again, maybe this just never hit a size with which we finally saw the final product, right? And maybe just everything they tried petered out. So we may never know. But coming back to the followers and their very strange tasks, some of those tasks involved writing articles and creating art that would be featured in the false prophet, essentially saying, hey, build out my magazine. Maybe some of this included an ARG for the sake of gaining interest online and in the world, but all the strange tasks that Richard found were possible ways to build interest and hype around this cult, which would lead people back to the magazine, and that's where the core of this theory lies.
What was this magazine about?
I don't really know what it was about. The false prophet. It just seemed like
sitting here. I was like, damn, man, Frank really trying to pimp his magazine. Wait,
That
what is
is-
this magazine about?
that is a wrinkle in the theory, because like if the magazine doesn't have a clear motivation, if they're not monetizing or writing about anything,
right.
if it's just a bunch of random articles and art, that's what are you really building to?
Exactly.
So with that said, let's dive into the third theory, that it's possible that this entire concept of cult and an MMO, this cult of Saturn, these individuals within the game, all of it was simply a part of a massive, expansive ARG. As with most mysteries online, ARGs tend to be one of the popular answers, but let's talk about why. There are some more pieces of information here. So the 5 gigabyte file containing all the contents relating to the group may have all been fabricated or at least collected in a way to make it seem like the cult really did exist. It could answer why there are some loose-ended questions here that we can't chase down because maybe some of this just simply didn't exist. Ultimately, it's unknown who created the file, why they created the file, and with regards to Tara and Richard's research, all of it is in Imgur links with their commentary and, quote, evidence all in one picture, which basically means their evidence seems flimsy at best, right? If it's just a bunch of screenshots, Imgur is just an image hosting website. So yeah, you could have screenshotted evidence, or it could just be an easy way to fabricate stuff. Their commentary is written almost like they're saying it out loud, making them seem like characters, right? So we have a screenshot, for example, of Tara and Richard talking to one another, and it's just red and blue text on a black background, almost like a Linux system or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, like old internet.
Terra Virtual Reality Worlds. Virtual reality is the gate of dreams. The ghost in the machine, it points. The silver key to the gate of dreams. It's all connected. The lone gunman was right. Life is just an ARG. They're even saying it's an ARG. Huh.
Yeah.
But Richard, seriously, Tara, get some sleep. You're starting to sound like a crazy person saying life is just a game and you can open up portals. Anyway, that's it. Here are the Zener artwork images created by COS. Huh.
Anyway, you're starting to sound a little wild of the mind there.
You're getting
anyway,
a little weird
here's some
there.
more stuff.
Get some sleep. Anyways, here's what you wanted. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, they're talking about ARGs, you know, they're really starting to like blend the reality with this cult, with this game. This is where it all falls over itself. And this, I mean, that to me is one of the like signals of an ARG. When things start to get really confusing and you start to ask real questions like why this or why that, and then you come back to a zero answer, oftentimes it's a buried answer because there is no answer, because it's an ARG.
Yeah. It's like, how do you find the answer that doesn't exist?
Yeah. So with regards to this theory that it's simply an ARG, the story about the cult starting outside of the internet may only exist to make this ARG feel more real, to make this whole story feel more authentic. And so that would answer, again, why we don't know a lot of things. When it comes to, again, the 5 gigabyte file, it also contains keys which contained puzzles and riddles. These were often given to members of the cult as tasks, each one harder than the last, with some still unsolved. I believe the puzzles and riddles and all of that could probably be a bonus episode in and of itself, just kind of dissecting some of those. I'm going to read one at random here. Dragonlance alludes to how to achieve apotheosis and how the phases of the moon influence magic.
Oh, that's the Sorcerer's Stone.
Harry Potter. Those who wanted the stone but not to use it could find it. Nicholas Flamel was, he was in a hard way that way. I mean, he definitely needed it. So if he wanted to find it, I'm sorry.
Right.
He's out of luck. Anyway, it's unknown if the Book of Lock and Key even exists, and if we are talking about an ARG, it very likely doesn't. The Cult of Saturn may have simply made it up in order to garner interest in the cults, and I think the fact that they use the movie Donnie Darko, we have lines from The Matrix, also continue to build the narrative of this being contrived.
True, yeah.
Especially with regards to, like I mentioned, Nixilus' avatar very much resembling the rabbit from Donnie Darko, also being the character named Frank. It all stands to reason. Also, we talked about a user named Clay on 4chan. Well, in one of the posts on the X board of 4chan in January of 2017, Clay, who previously researched the Cult of Saturn, wrote this, quote, "Close to December 21st of 2012, Frank made a site, falseprophethq.com. It was like an ARG sort of thing with cryptic pages, red herrings, and passwords that would allow you to progress through the various levels. There was also a countdown to December 21st of 2012. Sometimes you would be redirected to a video which gave clues to the passwords. A lot of it was about occult stuff like sigils, Saturn worship, and aliens." Clay also believes that the Book of Lock and Key is probably made up, and this was several years after their initial post. This was somebody who kind of really dug in.
I like how you also managed to sneak in aliens.
Well,
Always sneaking in.
always
you know?
sneaking in, you know? But yeah, I mean, it stands to reason that aliens would be there as well as the occult if, any good story has a foothold in reality. And if
Yeah.
the story of this kind of cult, worlds.com thing, whatever, is stemmed from reality, well, then the authors were very interested in the supernatural.
Yeah.
That was very much a part of it. So it is nice that the ARG story or theory does wrap in the supernatural piece, because that kind of
This just felt like a little piece of the core.
yeah,
Right.
This feels like as well-rounded as you can be as a theory with regards to all this stuff. I think ARG does make a lot of sense.
It just seems like what it is, because there was just like a lot of buildup and then nothing happened, right?
Right.
And a lot of times the ARG is like all this buildup mystery, and it's like, well, thanks for playing.
Right. Like, oh man, and this one doesn't even say thanks for playing. This one just kind of petered out.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it leaves you with nothing but questions. I mean, for example, like, okay, well, if this is an ARG, what about Nexilist? What was he up to? Yeah, he might have looked like Donnie Darko's rabbit character, but what was this all about? What was he doing? Because clearly there was a person behind that. Was that one of the cult's ARG authors, or was this a real person? Well, this person, it depends how you want to subscribe to this story. They could have been somebody in the cult of Saturn, ushering people in, using worlds.com as a way to bring them in. Or this whole ARG or cult of Saturn reality, whatever it was, whatever you subscribe to, could have existed to the side, and that this Nexilist person was on worlds.com and just happened to pick up random popularity. And so they leaned into it. Like
True.
that they were never a part of it. They just got kind of
Wrapped up
mixed in.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But at the end of the day, many others feel that the real-life aspects of the cult of Saturn researched by Tara and Richard make it much more likely to be a real cult that just used ARG tactics in order to recruit members. That is,
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that is a good point, because
Because it did seem like you said earlier, kind of like bleeding edge, right? Where
Mhm.
they were like going into these virtual rooms and everything like that. But who's to say they didn't see that and go, hey, we could use that to our benefit?
absolutely. It seemed at some point in time, if this was a real cult, that they sat there and asked themselves, how can we better do this? Let's go tag the streets. Let's go to Occupy in London. Let's go online. Let's go to the extent of doing an ARG. Let's have this magazine. They really sprawled out, and so they have a very wide and confusing footprint, and then they very quickly petered out. And that's what really stokes the intrigue of this mystery. But yeah, that's the conclusion, baby. That's where we're at. How do you feel? Where does your mind, after all this information, where do you land?
I land that this is like, I don't know, that this is an ARG. I feel like this is like, I think that this is just kind of just like, hey, let's create this kind of like cultish type thing, and from there they just kind of ran with it and it petered out.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like, because there was a lot of build up. There were a lot of like tangible things, but at the end of the day, like once things really started going, it went from like, here's the first level, and you really went like all the way up to the door to level 2.
Mm-hmm.
Never really happened, right? The door always just seemed like it was just locked,
Right.
and we never went past it. But we got up on it. We were buttery hands all over it and everything,
Yeah,
but
silky
like
smooth baby hands.
never opened it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. ARG definitely checks a lot of boxes, and the most important one for me is just like, oh, it's a relief. It's just an ARG. you know?
Right, exactly.
But part of me also thinks that, I don't know, I could go a lot of different ways. Suffice to say, I could see the cult piece being very related, but also real. I don't know if the cult inspired the ARG for recruitment or if it's reverse, because we have talked about ARGs in the past
Yeah.
that had people truly believe what was being laid down. Junko Junsui, right, was a great example of that, where people believed what was going on. We discussed that in a much older episode. But, if people started to believe that this cult existed by way of the ARG, maybe they spoke it into reality, and some people
True.
created it and made it a thing.
True. I mean, maybe that's what's his name? The Nexilist? What is?
Nexilist, yeah.
Nexilist.
Or
Maybe
Nexialist. It's
yeah.
either way.
Maybe that's what he is, right?
Could be.
Or he just kind of got wind of it and was like, oh, I'm going to join.
He's like, wait, people are talking about me?
Yeah.
I was just playing Puzzle Pirates and I became an enigma.
Exactly. But I don't know, man. Cults are scary, dude. But
Yeah.
I mean, you'll see Barry next week, so don't worry about it.
Maybe he was like, I'm Nexilist, but then he was like, send audio messages like, if you're an alien, please do not lie.
What if you came over and I was like, oh, let me show you my friend Barry, but Barry was an owl. And then you went over to Christian, you're like, Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Fredo has an owl.
I would
And
take a
Christian's
photo
like,
of it
wow,
because he would call me out and be like, no.
Oh,
No, he doesn't.
No, but what if
No, I
what
don't.
if,
Like, I'm
I'd
not the
call
madman.
bogus.
He brought the owl to game night.
But what if Christian was like, that's crazy. I just got one last week too.
An owl.
I would be like, where's my Hogwarts letter, dude? Why are we all getting owls? I'm not sending you a physical mail via owl, ever. I don't care what the next generation wants to do. That's where I become the boomer or the
I'm
millennial.
not training no owls.
I'm not training an owl.
Send
I
no
don't.
damn messages.
I'm mice might be rodents, but they're not food. Not to me. I'm not feeding a live mouse to a living bird.
Oh, it's true.
I'm also not letting that evil in. You know, I've seen the movie with the vampire.
Evil.
You gotta let the right ones in.
Not letting that evil in.
But hey, anyway, I want to shout out again to Nexpo. If you want to check them out on YouTube, this is not sponsored in any way. This is just my own personal shout out. I really enjoy what he makes. Very similar topics as to what we cover. Do it in a completely different way. And I just wanted to, give him a shout out because they put in some really good work. But other than that, Task Force, thank you so much for listening. Fredo, see you right back here next Monday for yet another mystery.
All around me are the squonky things.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Last week, we talked about multiple mysterious disappearances in various U.S. national parks and the strange circumstances surrounding them. Today, we dive into the theories surrounding those stories and try to decipher what could be the cause of the missing 411. This is Red Web. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Mystery Monday. We are now in the throes of December. Alfredo Diaz is my co-host. I'm Trevor Collins. And Fredo, before we dive into, listen, I know this is a part 2. I'm going to get you all up to speed, Task Force. There's a lot of details I want to remind you of from last week. But first, I'm super excited about a couple things. One, that jacket that came out on Black Friday.
Dude,
Woo!
We are the hosts of Red Web, but let me tell you, that jacket is
Hypothetically, we are.
we don't know. There
we don't
might
really
be a
know.
mystery behind that one.
Listen, maybe this is all in your head, and this is just a dream that you've been hosting this podcast this whole time.
That's true. Also, maybe you haven't seen our faces. Oh my god.
Accidentally did a face reveal accidentally. On Halloween.
We accidentally did a whole episode face reveal.
Dude, I didn't even think about that until someone commented face reveal.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
We do a bunch of different things and mostly on camera, but yeah, I mean, this little slice is our own little island here, and
Right.
And yeah, some people are new because you never know who knows you from what. And
Right.
Yeah.
Well, on top of that, we have a bunch of other really, really cool stuff that we've been waiting to release until it all got into our facility until Black Friday. It's all out now, so please go get it at store.roosterteeth.com. But on top of that, there's a bunch of other sales and everything. We also have, as of December 2nd, some Mothman propaganda. If you want a poster or a loose fit shirt, we got Mothman, the misunderstood hero.
It looks cool.
It's so good.
It very much has like Batman animated series
Yeah.
vibes to it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really clean poster, and that's what I like with like any type of art that I have in my house. I want to look very clean.
Right.
minimalistic-ish, and,
Right.
and this is kind of right up that alley. And we have like 2 color variants too as
yeah,
well.
there's a red and a blue,
Mhm.
and then I think only the red is on the shirt. It's
Yeah.
basically the same design, but I don't know.
But you got
again,
2
a loose fit
different
shirt.
variants for the colors of the poster. Fit the ambiance up
Yeah.
in your house
I
next
know
to your
you knew
little
French.
cork board.
Ooh.
Well, there's a mystery there because that's the only one I know.
Croissant.
My little croissant. But yeah, I mean, just it's so cool. We say it all the time, but like the show is evolving.
Yeah.
know?
Next, we just got to work on baby hands.
Yeah,
it's genuinely in the works.
It actually is.
We gave it to our e-commerce team, our merch team, and they're like, "All right, we'll see what we can do. We'll make it happen."
Yeah, some of the mock-ups, I'm like, baby hands looking too kicked up.
He's looking real sexy right now.
Too sexy.
He's innocent,
Baby
like
hands
Casper.
Ain't like that.
Yeah, he's the friendly ghost, not the
Yeah, so we're in the throes of bouncing ideas off of each other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's ever anything, Task Force, that you that tickles your fancy out of what we do here, and you want to see it merchandised, yeah, we also have a notebook. Jillian's across the table. Jillian is joining us for an episode. She's bashful. She doesn't want to say hi.
Hi.
Oh my gosh.
That was the most bashful hello I've ever
Hi.
experienced.
Yeah, Jillian is one of our researchers. In fact, our main researcher, and she does most of our outlines for the show. Well, let's dive back into Missing 411. Let me get you up to speed because I want to make sure that we bridge the gap properly on 2-parters. So that way, even if you join us only on the second part, you're always up to speed. So Missing 411 is a special subset of missing persons cases as outlined by former detective David Politis. While looking at a lot of different missing persons cases, he noticed that a handful, in fact, a large handful, so several, not baby handsfuls, we're talking regular human-sized handfuls of cases that have specific profile points, as he calls them. And I'm going to go through a couple of those just so you have a general idea of what kind of cases we're talking about. But again, as always, if you want to listen to some of the specific stories that we outlined, head over back to part 1. But a lot of these cases that David Politis outlines in his books and documentaries are cases that happen in national parks here in the U.S. They tend to happen somewhere near some sort of source of water or large granite field or boulder field. They tend to be in the late afternoon. They tend to be when an individual separates from a group. Very tropey in that way, right? No, don't split up in a horror film. Then there's also other circumstances around it, such as canines not being able to find the person or track a scent as they normally would. Or when the search party just kicks off, inclement weather rolls in, whether it's a thick fog, heavy rain, or snow that blankets the area, there's something that impedes the search effort. And that's the general idea behind, I mean, there's a couple other details, but that's the general idea behind a lot of the stories that he outlines is it has these pieces of circumstance around them.
I mean, what I've learned is just don't go to a national park.
How dare you say that?
I mean, even
Support the nature.
I'll support it from a distance.
I'm going to support it through Google Images. I'm gonna,
yeah, just Google.
you ever you heard a doom scroll? Wait, now this is happy scrolling.
Yeah,
You're like,
I'm gonna
look at
have it
nature.
scroll.
Sometimes you want to get sunlight, you just look up a picture of sun.
If they got an Instagram, I'll follow it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, it just there's all that, right?
Uh-huh.
The 411 missing cases,
Yeah.
and then 2, there's just normal outright. I got lost in the woods,
Hundo.
right? Nothing mysterious about that. I got lost. National parks are big, lots of trees.
Oh my
and,
God, they are.
like,
I mean,
you can hike for miles and miles
yeah.
and never be seen.
Like even when we talked about the Mothman case, right? We looked at the forest that he supposedly resides in over in Jersey, and that thing is sprawling. And then you think of films like The Ritual or Blair Witch, and
Yeah,
again,
good films.
there are just tons of national parks out there, whether they're forested or otherwise, that are sprawling. And we like to think that we know every nook and cranny of this surface of this planet. But I mean, like in fact, one of the cases that we talked about with Dennis Martin, the young boy that went missing, despite having very recently to that moment been playing with a bunch of other kids. One of the critiques of that particular story is that there are abandoned mine shafts under that area. And so again, it's hard to know what's under your very feet.
True. I mean,
You
you're
know?
not wrong.
You got a dune sand monster coming at you, a sandworm going to come gulp you up.
Oh, you're talking Doom. That instantly threw me back to Tremors.
Tremors, Kevin Bacon's.
Oh yeah, Kevin Bacon's. I used to play that as a kid. I'd be like, I gotta jump from rock to rock.
This man is smiling. He heard Kevin Bacon. He went, yeah.
Kevin
Like
Bacon.
a kid in a candy store
Hell
talking
yeah.
about Tremors. Dude, I loved that movie as a kid. I don't know what it was.
It was a fun
About it,
monster
yeah, it was
movie.
just-
I don't know.
It
wasn't
was
too scary.
exactly.
A
I think
warm
that's what it
underground
was.
in the desert.
And
Yeah.
also, like, listen, I'm never finding myself in the desert. So maybe that's why I indulged in it. Because I'm like, I'll never find myself just
Yeah.
out in the sand. This is
Yep.
fun.
And
This
just
isn't scary
jump
at
around
all.
from rock to rock. Like, don't touch the ground.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So the whole premise behind this particular portion of the show is that we're going to explore the theories that Jillian outlined behind, what could be behind this phenomenon. Because, the cynic in me, the pragmatic in me says, of course, you can cherry pick any sort of number of cases, especially when Politis here grabs a bunch of cases that have some sort of whatever it is that it prevents people from finding someone. Then it's like, okay, well, of course, there's going to be plenty of those. You might have just
Right. If we're talking about hundreds of people going missing every year, or even
Mhm.
half that piece of that slice of that, you're gonna have some similarities.
right.
I mean, a park is still a park, right?
Right.
There's only so many things that can happen in a park.
Exactly. But the thing is, and what kind of got my gears turning as we went through many of the stories, are once you kind of get hands-on with each case and you start looking at the details, it does sound very strange how people can go like in an instant, it seems, just disappear into supposedly thin air, despite having parents looking over their shoulder periodically, despite being only a few yards ahead of your friends while you crest a hill.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
One can look at this at large on the topical, just as a genre and say, yeah, you're cherry picking, whatever, to sell some books. But man, when you really start to look at the cases, it is pretty strange.
I mean, cresting over a hill and then disappearing, it's awkward. It's weird.
Oh,
And
yeah.
like, I don't know. I mean, I talked about this in the previous episode. Like, how does that happen without notice?
Right.
Like, if you threw me into a national park and you're like, get from point A to point B as quiet as possible, you'd probably hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm stepping on branches,
Definitely.
dead leaves, all that kind of stuff. I'm rustling around. Like, I wouldn't be able to be super quiet.
Right. I mean, even Tom Messick from one of our stories that we talked about was an avid hunter, camper,
Yeah.
had a walkie-talkie, had a gun, disappeared without a trace,
Yeah.
despite, we talked about it in detail. So like, again, I don't want to dive into those weeds, but like,
right.
it's
I
just,
mean-
it's just odd. And so it really, really piques my interest. But without further ado, I want to talk about some of the theories. I mean, because there are a plethora of potentials that could answer as to what's going on here. But let's start with theory number 1, cryptids. At large, just the
Okay.
topic of cryptids.
Obviously, Bigfoot.
Yeah, number 1 suspect on the list.
Yeah, where are the footprints?
Ooh.
Bigfoot is, everyone's telling me out here, Bigfoot big.
Yeah, let's see some of those
Like,
plaster molds.
Where are the footprints? Unless
Yeah.
you tell me Bigfoot's like 3 foot tall.
Wait, are we
Like
talking
what
about
Jersey tells
talking about
us.
baby feet?
Oh, baby feet.
Just a big, bulky, hairy Bigfoot with the tiniest little peg legs.
This whole baby narrative of like anything. I mean, look, even if he had baby feet, you'd still see something.
Right.
Right? Like,
Especially, yeah.
You see
oh,
rabbit tracks or anything like that. I don't know, right? Like,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and the thing is, some of these disappearances are happening so quick between the disappearance and the search, right? The crossing
Right.
over the hill.
They're like,
or
let's
the
search right
child.
away.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't see a cryptid happening. Also, it doesn't have to be Bigfoot, but what if it's like people that live in the woods, etc. Like,
Ooh, hills have eyes kind of thing.
yeah. So you're telling me like they snatched them and then were covering their tracks as they were going. Like,
right. Well, the thing is, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But I do want to remind you that, like, some of these cases, the inclement weather rolls in pretty quickly. Like, boom, Tommy's gone. Boom, where's Tommy? Boom, oh my God, I can't see anything because it's like it's downpouring, or the snow's in my eyes, or the thick fog rolls through. I mean, it's like built into these cases because these are the cases that he in particular
Right.
outlined. But yeah, like Politis himself didn't definitively say what he believed was behind these things. I mean, obviously he talks about the cases, he positions them, and then maybe noodles on it a little bit, but he kind of strongly suggests in his books and documentaries that it could be some kind of cryptid, right? Doesn't maybe necessarily have to be Bigfoot. It could be any number of cryptids that are out there. I mean, at some point we're going to have to cover, like, each state kind of has a state cryptid almost. Each state has a story. Jillian's nodding.
I've seen the little map with all.
There's a map for it,
Okay,
right?
so there's a map.
Yeah.
I guess some might have multiples, I guess.
Probably, right.
Oh,
I mean, they're
okay.
nomadic, these cryptids,
Yeah.
they
They're
got
popping up
they're
everywhere.
traveling.
Cryptid
But
con.
ultimately, like, it seems pretty clear to me that something paranormal is happening for people to go yoink in that split second of a moment.
Yeah,
and,
the
and
weather
not leave
stuff rolling
tracks.
in, that's just
Government.
I don't know. I mean, like, that'd be crazy. I mean, like, if the government did it, and, like, hello crops, they need, precise. They could use precise weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I don't really. The whole weather situation, the non-believer in me is sitting here thinking, like, I mean, did they check the weather? I mean, if you were in that moment in time, right, even 5 minutes before, like, could you check the weather app and see that, like, rain was coming in, fog was coming in, etc. Right?
Right.
Because even at that point, just like,
Here's the thing. If I looked up every missing persons case that happened under a full moon, am I cherry picking to find some sort of not rare, but not common circumstance that happens to be correlated, but not causing, right? So that's some of the criticism that he has genuinely come under,
No,
which
that
is,
makes sense.
is he cherry picking in a way that, like, you've picked the most intriguing things,
right.
but out of, if you will, luck or just happenstance?
Yeah, like, what is the ratio?
Or
to-
is it because there's something going on there? That's the real big question. But I mean, going back to kind of our Bigfoot episode, our first foray into the cryptid space, we talked about Albert Ostman, his story was that he was kidnapped and that he was taken far away. And he had this whole story about how he was, treated by Bigfoot and how he returned, that he wasn't hurt. And honestly, that could kind of address how some of these stories that we talked about, where a body was found, but they didn't know what the cause of death was. That's a commonality in these stories, but that they are elsewhere, right? Somebody skipping rocks on the water, parents turn around, he's gone. Body was found amongst the shrubbery 1,500 feet up higher in altitude, several miles away. I mean, weeks later, but they don't know what happened. And so there is a potential there, if Albert Ostman is to be believed, right, with his kidnapping story, that, maybe Bigfoot sometimes get lonely. They want to yoink people off the beaten paths and say, let me show you the world of the Bigfoot. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you shouldn't go to national parks because you're looking for evidence, and they say, "I'll give you evidence. Come with me."
Don't come back though. Like,
Maybe their society's better than ours. You think of the Gungans?
there's a whole society, like, with a bunch of Bigfoots and people
don't
that are
know,
just like,
man.
I'm gonna stay here. This
I could
society
listen. I could walk
rocks.
all over Naboo. I wouldn't have known about the Gungans' bubble city.
That's true.
Yeah. There's knowing nods all around the room.
And now Misa lost.
Oh my God. Okay. But I mean, you got hollow planet theory. Maybe Bigfoot's hollowed out this planet with a shovel, and then he's like, "I'm in there."
Don't forget the portals. Don't forget about portals.
There's always portals.
There's always some kind of
I mean,
portal.
how do we know that Bigfoot isn't some sort of advanced species? Maybe we think that that's hair. Maybe that's his armor. We use metal. They use hair.
I don't believe there's a Stargate situation happening here.
Well, we'll just have to find out. On the,
Okay.
On the
if
next
it-
face reveal of Red Web.
Yeah. If it was to be a cryptid, I feel like it'd have to be something paranormal, right?
Yeah.
It'd swoop you up or dissolve you away or something,
Mhm.
because there's like no traces being found.
Exactly. That's a good point. And so that kind of opens the door to a couple other cryptids that do kind of lean more paranormal, such as the Wendigo,
That
which we
has
haven't
some
talked
sort
about.
of influence on the weather.
Right.
Yeah.
Which has that's a lot of Native American folklore around that. We haven't talked in detail about the Wendigo, but man, is that fascinating folklore. And then, of course, skinwalkers, which we did talk briefly about. No, not
Mhm.
I guess not briefly about.
we had a whole
did a whole
episode,
episode in it, but yeah, very interesting stuff. But let's talk about the Wendigo and the skinwalker in particular, and kind of some of their attributes. So the Wendigo, also pronounced Wendigo, are a being that kind of originates in folklore, specifically around the peoples that are in the Algonquian language family. There are a lot of different Native American tribes in that kind of family, and it tends to center on those folk. It's an evil being that has an insatiable hunger, and in many descriptions, it's actually quite humanoid. They are associated with coldness, and every time they eat a person, it is said that they grow proportionately. I see you reacting with shock and awe.
Yeah, you said evil, and I was like, oh man, damn, of course it's evil, right?
Of course, yeah.
Of course. People going missing, but eating people?
Yeah.
But then, okay.
Especially if they grow proportionally. I
Now-
didn't know that part about them.
Yeah, but
So if I ate you, I'd be like twice my size.
right.
Exactly.
So then if hundreds of people go missing and we're saying this is it, how is it not like massive?
it
Or
could be multiple.
started really tiny.
Oh. Oh no.
Then got to human
Nibbling
size.
at your heels.
It was more apparent, right? And
Oh, it had
But then-
kids.
like it's not stopping. No, stop.
I-
It's not everything. It doesn't have to be multiple.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know. Like, there's also like,
What an interesting I guess, creature.
yeah, it's
If
very
that-
interesting. I think at some point maybe it's worth a whole episode because I'd love to dive into it deeper. But there's also, as a part of it, and this is, I can't pretend to know too much about the Wendigo. Like, I've played Until Dawn, so I know about that kind of narrative and how that plays into that.
Until Dawn.
Yeah,
the
there's
video
that
game.
angle of Wendigo, but then there's also stories and folklore, like I
Yeah.
said. But my understanding is that people can also become cursed and become a Wendigo.
Oh.
And so so basically that opens up the door of there being multiple. And then also if they don't
Right.
end up eating people, then they'll die off, right? And
Yeah. I mean, the
Maybe
whole
hence no
eating
trail.
aspect. I mean, some of these cases again, right? The search happened immediately. So I don't know, like, how do you eat someone and not leave a mess?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, skinwalkers, though, let's talk about that for a second because they are
Yeah.
another malicious being and they stem from the Navajo culture. And supposedly, skinwalkers are creatures that can take the form of many different animals and even people. So here's the thing. If a skinwalker comes through and picks somebody up, scoops them off, whatever, however they disappear that person, even if there is a search that goes out looking for them, how are you going to know what to look for if this thing can disguise itself as almost any living creature?
True. I mean, oof. It's impossible at that point, right? If it wants to hide, it'll hide. But then, I mean, skinwalkers to me always felt like it was more feral.
Yeah.
But this would show that there's a lot of intelligence, right? Because then how do you not just attacking people randomly, or if there's a search, you're not going for people, etc.
Yeah. I mean, I think back to Skinwalker Ranch and I think of that story where the guy and his kid went out and there was a wolf that had bitten onto the face of the cow.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
And how it was just calmly kind of going for it, and then they blasted it with
like
some
2
guns and then
or something.
shotguns.
Yeah, they hit it a couple times in the face,
and then
just
they
kept
went,
going.
all right, I didn't want that cow anyway, and
Yeah.
off it goes. So it almost doesn't seem like it's hyper aggressive. It's almost like it eats when it needs to, kind of thing.
Right.
Because otherwise, it would have been like, oh, I'm PO'd. Turns, takes the guy out,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe feasts on the cow or the person. I don't know. But when it comes to, like, I know we talked about like this being Missing 411 being especially popular on TikTok. You know, there are a lot of TikTok users out there that share their stories on what they perceive as skinwalkers with their run-ins of skinwalkers, voices emanating from the forest or from the wilderness with their own voice, hearing their own voice coming back to them, calling out to them, basically drawing them in like a siren almost. Like, so if you heard your voice say, Fredo, come over here, or like, hey, I need help, or just something of that nature,
Mm-hmm.
that's a run the other direction kind of situation for me.
I mean, if you and I were walking and we heard my voice from a distance, you'd turn to me and I would be gone. And then
Mhm.
you'd hear the sound of a car driving away. There would be no
It's
hesitation.
just the tires spinning
I
out
would
after
be
the door shut.
there. You're either on that train out or not. Like, there's just, right? There's no, I'm going to investigate this. Like,
Right.
why is
There's
my
no-
voice set going?
Mm.
Well, there's ones where it's like people hear screaming in the woods. And
Oh,
like other people are
hell
like,
no.
That doesn't-
don't respond
you know what?
to that.
That makes it better.
Hell
I will
no.
investigate the screaming. I'm nodding my head. I'm shaking my head rather.
Because yeah, most people would like go be like, oh, do they need help?
Look.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to getting help, but I am not qualified to help
That's
you
that's
in any way.
the thing. I want to help. I'm just not
It's
qualified.
better to get a-
I
better to
left
get a
my
park
my
ranger.
Swiss Army knife at home. Ah.
I
A
have
pepper
no
spray.
combat training whatsoever.
Right.
I most likely don't have any survival tools. Look, if
Who gets a dull flashlight and
I-
goes, "Ooh, what's that?" Click, and then they're like,
That's-
"Hello."
yeah, there's just
Wait,
no
where are you
way.
going?
There's just yelling. I know. I'll go get a park ranger, and then
Oh,
they go
You're
back out there.
right. Yeah, I'd
Um,
make a couple phone calls.
yeah.
Police, park rangers, FBI, CIA,
screaming.
MI5, MI6, James Bond himself. I get them all out
The
there.
UN, get
I'm
them out
going.
there. SpaceX,
There's no
the whole group.
signal.
SpaceX,
in the
Elon
woods.
Musk is on the ground. boots
How
on
you
the-
got signal?
We'll drive to a place where there is signal.
Right.
I
That's a good
mean,
call.
look, I'll be honest.
I don't know.
this is-
Hey, hold on a second. With AT&T trademarked, you can get signal wherever.
That's true. That's true.
good luck.
That's not a real ad.
Good
That-
luck.
And I hope Papa Warner doesn't sue us. That's a good point,
I
though.
would just drive to where I get signal, and then
Fast.
further away.
Yeah, and then yeah. But before we move on to the next theory, another really interesting piece that I think does fit within this cryptid area. There's a Reddit user. I'm going to try to pronounce this properly. Buffonite, Buffonite, who shared their theory that involves the human vision. Right? As you know, we have the spectrum of colors that we can see in visible light. And then beyond that, there's ultraviolet light that we can't see, but that's how you get night vision cameras. And so basically what he's saying is there are wavelengths of light outside of the visible light that humans can see, and that there is the possibility that creatures might live within this space so as to say that we can't see them, right? I mean, bees can see ultraviolet light. Various animals out there can see different wavelengths of light. Birds, for example.
I mean, there's science behind that.
Mm-hmm.
And right, who are we to say that there? I guess the only reason why people aren't being like, oh, there are things that exist out there that we can't see because of the light spectrum and stuff like that is because of the fact that we're not seeing random interactions,
Mm-hmm.
right, on a consistent basis. So it's not like there's this type of creature, animal, or bug that like we can't see because it's just not interacting. Like we can't put it in a box and have it like interact with stuff, right?
Right.
This kind of lines up with that conspiracy that like the government is putting like chemicals in the water, so then that way they're like you can't see like a certain
Like fluoride
like-
is calcifying your pineal gland so you can't, think properly or whatever. Close your third eye kind of stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, that, and there's some people that think that like there's chemicals in the water, so that way we don't see like certain spectrums, and the government can control that. And
So
all
that
kind of stuff.
addresses my color blindness. That's what
That-
it is.
if,
I got a target
if-
for my lawsuit now. I'm
if-
coming for you.
if only that was the answer.
Joe Biden, you're going down.
Look, there are scientific backings for that, and unfortunately, you're just colorblind.
It's impossible for that to be genetic. It's impossible.
There's just no way.
It's interesting you mention the government because we will talk about the idea of a government cover-up, of course, as another theory. But before we get into the next theory, this kind of makes me think, as a subset to the idea of the visible light spectrum. And this is also just truthfully backed by science, but it sounds so mad, like just mad when you say it. But like, if there are creatures and entities in the fourth dimension, they could easily just be right next to you and you would never know. Because you got to think about it think about flat world, right? You think about a 2D existence, this table. If there was a circle creature that was perfectly two-dimensional, flat, no depth to it, and it slid around and you called out to it, it would hear you. But it would be like, what? Where is that? Where's that coming from? If you put your finger onto the table, it would literally only see the portion of you that is touching the table, that sliver of you.
And
so
I
if
get
you-
what you're getting at here.
Yeah, so if you grab then that circle to pull it off of the plane that it lived from, off the surface of the table, you're pulling it into the third dimension that it doesn't know about, and to everyone around it, it would look like it literally just disappeared in a millisecond. It did that, not that it slid out of eyesight, that it just disappeared. And so
just shifted from a 2D dimension to a
it
3D
would just
dimension.
blink. Yeah, that it would just blink out of existence. So
This is wild.
take that
but
up
I'm
one
here
dimension.
for it.
Yeah, to take that up one dimension, and it's incredibly possible
Are you saying the reverse is happening? They're shifting from a 3-dimensional to a 2-dimensional?
that a fourth dimensional being, or that they somehow stumble into the fourth, right? That
Oh yeah, 4th dimension.
pop, they just disappear. I'm not saying that is what's going on here, but I just wanted to say, while exploring this idea of things that are out of our perception,
That is a wild theory.
That's out of our
awesome.
perception.
Yeah, because then you can kind of just say that they coexist in perfect harmony. You know what I mean?
You also really got to think about it. I mean, space in our universe is immense.
Space.
Just space. Moment of silence for space. I thought you were going to say something really dramatic. I was ready for it. He looked up to the light. He stared into it and he said, space. So when you think about the vastness of space, that's already wild. Now, in all of that space, now just take one 2-dimensional sliver of it going through the whole thing. 99.9999999% of that universe is so vastly far away from that infinite plane that's exactly the same. So once you go up to the 4th dimension, we're going to be such a small fraction of what that 4th dimensional realm would be like. So it's like, if there are beings stumbling around in the 4th dimension, the odds of us stumbling into our 3rd dimension or interacting with us is incredibly low. So if they are doing it would have to be
blowing my mind right
really
now.
intentional.
I mean,
Especially,
so interesting.
especially out of all, look at the surface of this table and extend it in infinity, and then say only this blip has life. Only this quarter-sized portion of it has life. How do you know where to interact? You know what I mean?
I mean, because I truly believe that, right, we're not the only intelligent beings out there, or let alone the only life forms out there. The universe is vast and large, and we're just a small little piece of it, and it's ever expanding. But I didn't even think about like different planes and dimensions, and that could just coexist with each other.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's interesting. I don't know what the circumstances that would be there to arise for someone to just be living their life and stumble into a different dimension. But just again, while talking about the limited, breadth of our senses, that is very much one of them. We take for granted what our senses are everything, but there is so much more beyond it. It's about to get psychedelic in here, but it's true. I mean,
it's still limited.
We are bound. So I don't know. I always find that very interesting to think about, like the other dimensions, just even from a mathematical perspective.
Never even heard that theory or never crossed my mind.
I've listened to too many TED Talks about how there are 10 dimensions and what's going on with that and all of that. Anyway, but the next theory is another one that we've talked about. And it's another one that I love because it's the glitch in the matrix. So this theory is something that we've talked about in previous episodes. And in those episodes, we usually try to pull stories that are similar to the mystery at hand. In this case, we have a case of Keith Parkins, who in 1952, at only 2 years old, was found alive, but had traveled 8 miles. He was another one of those missing 411 cases. He had no memory of what happened. Obviously, being 2 years old, it would have been hard to get any of that out of him anyway, right? But he had no idea what had happened. He traveled 8 miles, and there was no evidence of an animal having interacted with him besides some potential scratches on his face, which Keith himself claimed were from their house cat, not something in the wild. And the reason why this is an example of a glitch in the matrix is because I guess this was a really organic segue, is because this kind of addresses the idea that not necessarily that life is a simulation, but that there can be glitches in whatever this reality is, simulation or otherwise. There could be portals that kind of move things around. We talked about the Mandela effect, in which people kind of slip into very, very similar realities. Then again, there's also the idea of dimensions playing into this, and that is, per this theory, how people are disappearing so quickly without a trace.
That is, I mean, who's to say, right? Who's to say there are different glitches happening in different ways, and then it shifts where one thing is located from another. I mean, we're getting real into the weeds with this.
Oh
one.
yeah, for
that's
sure.
Absolutely wild, but that could explain things moving from one place to another.
Exactly.
I mean, the skeptic in me is someone carried the baby 8 miles.
Right. And then I mean, I guess we don't have more details on that.
Yeah.
But
But I mean, like the shifting and the glitching of things, like very interesting.
It definitely attempts to answer it with yet another unknown, right? It attempts to address this mystery
to me,
by
it's
way
more
of
a scientific way to
Right.
kind of address it, right? You're thinking atoms aligning in a certain way, or etc.
right,
Yeah.
right. It's basically saying we only know so much, and so maybe this is a theory that just has a blanket statement of whatever could be behind this. Maybe it's this,
Right.
that, or the other. It's beyond our natural understanding up until this
Right.
point, and that's totally possible. I mean, like. Even in the last 120 years, we only just started making cars and driving, and then eventually going to space. 60 years ago?
Right.
50 years ago, really? Like something like that.
I mean, speaking of Matrix, and I'll ask this out there to the task forces:
Uh-huh.
if you knew that was like your reality, would you want to stay in it?
Oh, you're trying to Morpheus me right now?
Yeah.
Red pill, blue pill?
Yeah.
Jillian, what do you think? You staying in the
Are
Matrix?
you staying in the Matrix, or
Where do I
assu-
go?
I mean, you just keep
You don't
living
know.
this life.
You live this life,
Keep
or you
living this
wake
life.
up in whatever reality
and
is.
fight the war against the machines.
Okay, we're going real Matrix then. We're going to Matrix.
I'm kind of interested to see what else there
Outside
is.
living is.
Yeah.
You don't
You're
think
living in
Cypher
the
had
true
something
reality.
going there?
You don't think
I
can?
can throw my ass
Can I get
back into
back
the
in?
system. No, you're not gonna have the all right. You're not gonna have the freedom to jump in and out like, hey, I'm in.
Oh, no, I miss
vacation
my
to
cat,
Miami."
like-
yeah, exactly.
You're like, hold on, I'm gonna go visit my cat, and you get jacked in. You show your cat your new kung fu moves, and
you know what's crazy? Who's to say? Like, what if?
who's to say?
Right. Let's just go down this rabbit hole,
Please.
for a second.
Take me.
It's a Matrix situation going on.
Absolutely,
right now.
there is.
And we're in the Matrix, or just so that I say it that way, so that way people kind of understand.
Mhm,
But
I'm hanging out.
the people that are running the Matrix isn't the machines. What if it's an advanced human race using the Matrix and humans to fuel their technology? Who's to say it has to be machines? What if we're
Yeah.
not doing this to ourselves?
Yeah, for sure. Why would it have to be energy though? You know?
That's true.
There's one theory that's like there's advanced life, and they're like doing simulations with us to see like, okay, where do things go wrong, and so that they can
Yeah.
use that information for their own.
I think that
Damn.
makes sense because that's what I was gonna say, Jill. Is that
Right.
yeah, no, that's totally fine. Like
To
'cause-
run simulations.
exactly
and
to
take
understand the
data
human
and-
condition, and that could also be what parallel universes are, where literally a processor is analyzing and simulating an infinite different array of like different iterations of this reality. And so when you slip side to
didn't
side,
even-
it's just a coding glitch, right? And so
Yeah,
that then
and
reveals the theory, right? Glitch in the Matrix.
exactly. I didn't even think of the fact that like, right, we're all conditioned with like comic book stuff like that. Like, multiple dimensions is like an alternate version of us. But what if
Mhm.
it's just literally like the universe simulating another thing for data?
Right. It's interesting, man. I mean,
Oh,
it
that's
really.
crazy.
Like this is okay, task force. This is why I wanted to break out the theories into a separate episode, just because
'Cause we're
this is
we're
just
in
one-
it now.
we're in it, and this is just one of those like theory sections and episode topics that I know we could chew on for so long because it's just. I mean, there's some cases that are straightforward. Here's what happened. Here are the theories. Bada boom. We don't know what in the end happened, but this is just one of those ones where it's like it's just so topic centric that it's just like it's mind boggling kind of thing, and so we want to.
I mean,
Talk about.
at that point, the task force becomes an interdimensional task force.
Oh my goodness, we are beyond this realm. We are
yeah.
between universes now.
I'll be honest. We do not have the funding for that.
Well, you don't need funding. Where we're going, we don't need money. We'll need, I don't know what you need. We'll need spice to navigate the stars.
The spice.
We'll need a hyperdrive to get there fast. We're gonna need a flux capacitor to
Just throw all
just
of it.
for. I want to
Just
put
throw
that in my collection.
all of it. throw a red pill and a blue pill in there as well.
Jillian, as you know, this is the Rooster Teeth's #1 movie podcast
This
about
is-
mysteries.
Yes, it is.
You see
The
why
number
now.
one movie podcast about mysteries. I love that.
Okay. Yeah, that's the glitch in the Matrix idea. I think it's deeply fascinating because it's again saying, well, here's what happened with this unknown case. It's the fact that we don't know. But yeah, but
I believe that more than cryptids.
yeah, for sure. Hey, everybody, it is Trevor. As always, I want to talk to you about our Mothman merch, the misunderstood hero. Christian, am I peeking? Good. Oh, damn. Well, yeah, no, that came out just last week, and I'm so excited about it. But I also want to take a moment to thank you all so much for showing up on Cyber Monday and selling out like half of our stuff. We put out a new pin. We put out a really awesome Task Force parka jacket that had its own pin and embroidery on it. It was really cool. It's one of my new favorite jackets. But you guys sold that out in hours. So thank you all so much for supporting the show, whether it be by way of the store at store.roosterteeth.com or just sharing the podcast with your friends or reviewing it on Apple Podcasts, whatever that form looks like. I just want to take this moment to be thankful and say thank you for being a member of the task force. With that said, I want to talk about some of the fantastic sponsors that also help make this show possible. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by HelloFresh. The most wonderful time of the year is also the busiest. You know how it is. But with all of that busyness, you can actually take grocery shopping off of your plate by putting some HelloFresh on your plate. HelloFresh sends you fresh, pre-measured ingredients with delicious recipes, and they come right to your door. HelloFresh makes holiday meals special without, the high cost of dining out with your family and all the stress of going to the groceries and all of that sort of stuff. This season, you can choose from recipes like balsamic and fig beef tenderloin or pecan-crusted salmon, or go for a cozy comfort food choice like chicken sausage and sweet potato soup. I really enjoy all of the meals that I get from HelloFresh because it's very easy to make. It always tastes really, really good, even when I'm pushing my flavor boundaries, because sometimes I could be a bit of a picky eater. And the food is always tremendous. I always like to refer to the firecracker meatballs because I think those stand out to me. They make me feel like I'm a chef every time I'm cooking these meals, and they always make something healthy and right there ready for you. Task Force, you can go to hellofresh.com/redweb14, that's the number 14, and use code REDWEB14 for up to 14 free meals. And you're going to get 3 special free gifts. That's up to 14 free meals and 3 free gifts at hellofresh.com/redweb14. And again, use code REDWEB14. Get yourself some food, enjoy the holidays, and let them know we sent you. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Is there something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? That's where therapy can really make a difference. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist. It's not a crisis line or self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online. BetterHelp offers a broad range of expertise that might not be available locally for you, and their service is also available worldwide. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and live chat sessions with your therapist. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can start communicating with your therapist in under 48 hours. So why wait? Why invest in everything else going on in your life and not your mind? This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Task Force members, you can get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. That's BETTERHELP.com/redweb. And with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. But we'll bring us back down to earth a little bit more with this next theory, and it centers on animals in the wilderness. But the missing 411 cases, may be a simple situation of an animal attack, or various animal attacks, or people succumbing to harsh environments. Remember, some of these profile points center around large granite fields, boulder fields. Those usually have large cliff faces, a lot of nooks and crannies, perhaps small caverns that might not be explored yet or known about. But also another case point or a profile point is being near a source of water, which is a tremendous way to go missing, especially if there's underwater aqueducts. I mean, if you look at that, Jillian, do you remember what it's called? There's an island up in Canada, that treasure island with
Oak
the money
Island?
pit. Yeah, Oak Island, where basically there's this money pit or this treasure pit. They assume there's treasure down it, and everyone that goes down it ends up like dying or not being able to go down too far. And when they dump dye into there to figure out, okay, well, what's the underwater aqueduct situation of this natural island? And when they put the dye down in there, it came out various points around the island, basically saying that, there are so many different
like a whole tunnel system.
Oh,
down
yeah.
there. Yeah. I mean, the same thing with
And that's just one
that,
island.
Well, like same thing with like the Amazon. You know what I mean? Like
100%.
you go down there and get lost. Like,
Right.
They're still trying to like path all that out. But not all of it is around water though.
That's true. That's just one of the profile points.
yeah.
One of the kind of commonalities.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally behind the fact that, you know, if you fell into the river and then you got sent down like a tunnel system underneath the river, etc. Like I totally, I mean, that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole just like, I don't know, you know, I don't know where I lay with the rest of it.
Yeah, but coming back to like this particular theory, you know, with animals, I'm just trying to think, like, of course, you know, if there's an animal attack, it's usually predaceous, right? And so it's like a mountain lion.
They're not going to clean up after themselves.
They're probably not, but they're going to
hide the evidence.
I mean, like a cougar would probably bite, take, and run. Like a leopard would pull it up in a tree usually. But if it's like a predatory thing, then likely they're consuming. But then again, some of the bodies are found with no.
Like, where's the
obvious
blood? There's no scratches, right? Like,
it's tough to say.
I just don't see this lining up.
Yeah,
right. Like,
it is.
Where's the blood? Where are the scratches? Also, we know the location of this. We know the starting point of these like missing cases,
Mhm.
right? So, you'd see tracks. You'd see something like.
Unless the rain or inclement weather got in the way, you know what I mean?
I mean-
I agree with you. I'm just saying. Rain wash it away.
Look, I get that like it happens right away, but some of these cases, like the boy next to the river, or like the person that crested over the hill, like they were right there.
Yeah, you would
So-
hear.
You would hear,
Feel like you'd hear.
and if anything, like you would see some tracks or some
Right.
markings. Like the cougar's not going to carry the person over their shoulder and then run away with them, right? Like they're going
That's
to
true.
drag them.
They're not going to stand upright like the
Yeah.
other child saw. I mean,
They're
you
going
know,
to drag them.
You're right.
So yeah, I just, it's so far unaligned with like everything that we've talked about. It's a little baffling to me how it's even like a theory.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a good point. Dude,
Obviously,
'cause-
like theories just kind of touch on everything.
right.
but-
I mean, I can see how it could click in a few ways, but it's worth mentioning, and I appreciate you for mentioning that, because like Paulides himself attempts to exclude all of the cases where animal interactivity, like an animal being a part of the story or the missing case or a missing person or whatever, he excludes those. But it's possible, it's still, you know, that leaves room for doubt that, you know, some of these cases could have animals interacting with the missing person just in ways that are more subtle or accidentally or somehow
tampering with the investigation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Type situation.
Yeah. Especially when you consider like these people being the ones that left groups. You know, the lion goes for the gazelle that peels away from the group. Wolves do the same thing. It's very much a predator mentality to look for the individual that
definitely.
separates. And so seeing people that are one-offs or kind of by themselves make themselves a target through that lens. But then also, you know, a lot of these bodies are found missing clothes. And so if there's a scuffle in some way, or they're, you know, instead of being bit and they bit the shirt instead, it's true. Like a lot of these
there would
bodies,
be evidence.
yeah, it's tough to say because a lot of these bodies end up being like, how did they die?
Right,
and
exactly.
If they're being attacked, it's hard to envision how any person could die to an animal in a way that is not obvious, right? Whether they're bludgeoned or bit, unless it's like, I mean, or poison. It's hard to think of a way that they would die in a entirely mysterious circumstance. And beyond that, sure, have a couple like that are possible, but for all of these cases to be done in a similar way,
I just don't see it being
tough.
animals.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not like a mountain lion with a broom.
It could be. But this, as I kind of teased in part one, there are a couple other smaller stories that I wanted to talk about in these theories. And one of the smaller stories that does fit potentially with this theory is that of the case of 3-year-old Jared Atadero. He was believed to have been carried up the Rocky Mountains by a mountain lion, no broom, but a mountain lion because his clothes and skull cap were found there. However, his father claims no mountain lion hairs were found on his clothes. There was no blood on his clothes, kind of like the same stuff that you were looking for.
Yeah.
And Jared's pants were found inside out, so an animal probably couldn't have done that. It seems like they would have been pulled off in a different way, like me getting home at the end of a long day of work.
Right.
Blah! Inside out, instantly. Pants off, Donald ducking around the house.
All right, well, that image is like burned to my brain right now. Let me just go ahead and try and erase that. It's been Donald ducking around the house.
Hey, I quote, that's Larry Mattavina. He's one of our editors. That's his analogy.
Yeah, like again, like these are animals. These are,
Yeah.
you know, they're not gonna be tidy about it. That's just not in their nature.
Right. I'm with you. It's definitely worth considering, worth thinking about. But when you really look a little closer, I don't think it holds up to the scrutiny.
No, not at all.
Another theory kind of makes a whole lot of sense when you think about it. It's a pretty straightforward, and it's that there's some sort of foul play involved. Because in many of the instances of missing 411 cases, only one person was with or keeping an eye over the missing person, right? So again, whether they're in a group or whether they're being supervised, this happens when they either peel off and become a solo party or when they aren't being paid attention to, right? So it's possible that in these cases, some foul play goes down, whether it's another person comes through,
and I
like a
guess like
kidnapping
the
or something
weather
like that.
is just
and then the weather would just be
timing
Yes.
and just the perfect situation for the.
well,
right.
unlike a mountain lion, you know, some sort of criminal could pull up an app and see what the weather's going to be like and try to look at the hourly forecast.
Completely true.
You know,
yeah.
dance between the clouds,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Mountain lions would scratch that phone up. It's
But
not possible.
one last piece to the idea of foul play, but I also think that this also plays into the animal predator like attack kind of angle, is that many of these missing 411 cases are children. But on top of that, we also outlined that some of them are elderly folk. And so, you know, this kind of plays into both of these theories. These are folks that might not be able to protect themselves as easily, except for the case of the hunter who had a gun, in which case I'm a little baffled, unless he was taken out by an actual grizzly, because that thing will take a couple shots before going down and,
I mean,
and just get pissed.
You see,
But
I mean, other hunters went over there to check, right? If
Yeah.
I remember correctly. So, I mean, you see something. Grizzlies don't just move around,
right.
Like, unseen, unnoticed, not leaving marks and stuff like that.
And supposedly they didn't hear any gunshots. You know, I don't know. That case is still strange. And what's even stranger on that one, and I'm not sure if I mentioned this in part one, but what's even stranger about that particular case is that only a few days later, and in a very, very close area, I think Jillian, you were saying it was about a mile
It was
away.
like within a mile. or
Within a
couple
mile
miles.
of that particular story, someone else 10 days later went missing under very similar circumstances. So we either got a very hungry bear on our hands that is super sleuthy, or one of these other theories is at play,
Yeah.
right? But let's move on to the last theory, which I think is just as fascinating as all the other ones, but it kind of wraps them all together in a way, but it relates all the previous theories together, in that there is a belief that the missing 411 cases and their mysterious circumstances are all revolving around some sort of government cover-up. You touched on that a little bit earlier, but whether it's involving cryptids or something paranormal, or even something realistic that is still sinister in nature, this theory purports that the government knows whatever that actual answer is,
Right.
and they're the ones involved in covering this up.
Protecting it. And
Yeah, because we know, and we talked about this in part one, that there's no database that goes on that tracks all the missing persons in these national parks, which makes them easy to be forgotten.
that
right?
is true. I mean, I
Mhm.
get that it costs money, but what if that was
What
purposeful?
doesn't though? You know, like this.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
seems like a valid thing to spend money on, because having this information on all these previous cases could help future cases, right? That's the whole point of an investigation. It's the whole point of keeping track of clues and all of these things. And also, even if someone is found having been deceased, at least there's that closure for the family, if you will. But
Here's the thing.
go for it.
If it's a funding situation,
Mm-hmm.
and I get that there's different jurisdictions, but why wouldn't the local authorities then still use it? Like, why wouldn't the National Park Ranger Department
Just do it.
just use like the local authorities database system or setup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their infrastructure to just categorize and log.
It could be the cost of the software. It could be the people hours going into doing that. I don't know. It also could just be an excuse.
I mean, someone's like taking the time to do it, right?
Well,
I mean,
obviously,
the
yeah.
authorities
The
they don't
information has to be out there.
They don't just go, "Oh, it's a missing person in the woods." It is what it is,
Right.
Like
another day.
yeah. I mean, someone's writing it down, noting, logging it somehow, some way. Like, why aren't we
maybe-
throwing that to the authorities?
Or maybe it is that way. And the only way Politis really has these informations, these stories, is because of the families directly involved telling them. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's so weird.
It relies on a
Like,
lot of
it's not-
people in the know not spilling the beans.
Right, it's
Which
not-
to me is a big flaw in the theory.
huge. But I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where like this is a missing person's case, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a big thing. That's a big deal. People going missing, like that gets logged and tracked somehow, some way. So I don't know why they wouldn't communicate with. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, authorities have issues communicating with each other as is, but
Right.
like if
Well-
it was that kind of situation,
Let me posit to you this question, and it's going to feel a bit non sequitur, but bear with me.
okay.
If aliens showed up on this planet, how dramatic
Oh, all right.
of a change to day-to-day life do you think it would be?
If aliens showed up,
Yeah. If the government said straight up, that's an alien, boop, whoop, the camo undoes, there's ships in the air. Do you think that would rock the foundations of our society?
100%.
Right.
I mean, for me, I'd be like, okay, so like, are they here for good? Are they here for, you know, are they good? Are they evil? Like, what is the purpose? Oh, they've been here for hundreds of years and they're now just being revealed. Cool. You know what I mean? But I feel like the world would fall apart
You just said,
because
cool.
I mean, yeah, I fully believe that there are aliens out there, right? And if
Yeah.
we're able to sit here and function,
Why can't anything else?
why can't you know, we keep moving forward?
Yeah.
But here's the thing: majority of people aren't going to think that way. A lot of people are going to just start losing their minds because that's
Right.
just how fragile our
Right.
society is. And so there'd be a lot of distrust in the government.
Yep.
People would try and use the alien technology for nefarious reasons. I mean, people might try to make love to alien. Like, people are going to go wild in every direction,
Right.
every which way. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Aliens slanging it back
Yeah,
and forth,
I'm
this way,
just-
that. Just to put it in your words.
I mean, just that's just what it is.
So
it'd be
here's
insane.
what I did, Your Honor. I was leading the witness, and I admit it, because that's kind of what one TikToker is purporting is happening here with the government cover-up. And
the national park is a cover up.
yeah, and it's the only real reason why I could substantiate so many people knowing about something but not spilling the beans, because there's so much at risk. Again, assuming this theory is correct. So
This was the show American Horror Story had a season where it's American Horror Stories.
Oh,
and
right,
they had
the more recent one, right?
multiple- Yeah,
Mhm.
and this was just recent. And it came out months ago, and one of the episodes was, you know, there were feral people in the national parks, and the park rangers knew about it. The government knew about it,
Yeah.
and it was like,
I'm tired
there's-
of deer. I want human.
I mean, people would go missing and then be like, "Oh, they're falling out of, you know, stepping out of
Uh-huh.
line, etc." And it was very much like, "Hey, like they do their thing."
So the government's
we
going,
do our
tut, tut, tut.
thing."
You know, I'm sorry, little Dennis went disappearing. Okay, but listen, this is
Which
the
just-
this is the violence we need to settle for to maintain the truce.
yeah, pretty much. Like
Uh,
there's a truce going on, and yeah. You know,
Oh my
park
God!
ranger that,
Can you imagine how frightening that would be if there were a bunch of like feral humans and
right?
little civilizations out there in all the national parks that then turned and said, it's Civil War time, and like
Yeah.
suddenly just people came out of the woods like the children of the forest of
Yeah,
Game of
you have
Thrones. You're just
like
like,
a-
oh my God!
I mean, you know, you have a Namor situation. It comes out of the water, comes out of Atlantis, and upset, mad at the, you know. Here's my whole thing with that though is just like, how do you have like a couple park ranger stations here and there controlling a whole,
Right.
right? Like,
Well, maybe that's just what we see.
yeah, you could completely say that as well. Like, there's little bases and camps set up that we just. I mean, but it kind of feels like in the whole park, like, you could just freely go places.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't really. If that situation was happening, it seems like reckless of the government to just give people so much freedom to freely traverse the parks like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
How?
Well, don't be like, hey, here's a nice park. Isn't that great? We're keeping nature good. You can visit it whenever you want. I'm gonna go
Right.
in. Sure, go on in. Just go on in. Yeah, everything's fine.
Go
like,
on in,
what do you
and then what? The government just got, please don't walk left. Please don't walk left.
They
You know
walk
what-
left.
you know what I'm
I guess you know what? That's the price we pay.
right? Like, how does that even?
I don't know, man. The
It's
government's
so
done a lot worse.
Loose and
You know what I mean?
wild. But then
It's tough.
I feel like we'd have so many people like, I don't know, talk about it, pictures or whatnot, and like.
Well, I was
mean,
just
yeah,
referencing
and
this.
again, you can say the government's silencing people, but like,
Yeah, here's
that's
my
rough.
brain doing the red web thing, connecting dots that shouldn't be connected. But like before we started this episode, I was talking in this room to Jillian and Fredo about a TikTok I saw the other day that was somebody filming a tree line in Gettysburg and how you see figures moving around, and everyone that lives near Gettysburg is like, regardless of their religious standpoint, is like, nah, it's haunted. Like there are specters out there. What if they're just witnessing? I don't know, feral people.
I mean, all the missing persons, like the 411 cases, it's just feral people.
Maybe. Well, let me give a shout out too, because there is a TikToker, just while we're on that subject, the Aiden Mattis on TikTok. So he's claiming that the government is aware of not only like feral people is one thing, but he has spoken to that in a recent TikTok, but his baseline theory is that the government knows about Wendigo, and that the Wendigo actually inhabit the very intricate cave systems that are running underneath North America, and that Teddy Roosevelt began the National Park Service with the intent of containing the Wendigo and keeping an eye on it. Of course, it is other things like to maintain nature and give the beauty of nature, like you can go to the parks and visit or whatever. Maybe that's the cover up. And so, yes, per this TikToker, it is a known entity. It is a known matter, in that it does, as negative as dark as it is, it's easier to let people go missing periodically and try to just sweep that under the rug than it is to expose the idea that there are either A, feral people, or B, Wendigo, or C, anything, much like aliens just being on Earth already. It's so, because it would just rock the foundations of our understanding.
I don't think that theory is too crazy. The only thing that pulls that theory apart for me is the fact that of how do you contain it, right?
Right.
There's not a bunch of fences in the national park
Do you
or
think
anything
maybe-
like that. Like,
My guess would be like these are like when you look at the tunnels, maybe that's where the tunnels are most populated.
right.
Like if you looked at a map, this is where the tunnels
But it's
surface a lot. So just carve that out and make it a park.
I mean, like, it just has all these times and days and minutes that have passed. It just hasn't wandered into civilization. That's a big thing for me, right?
I mean,
Like,
here's the thing too, though. Like you don't see wolves walking down the street. I mean, someone's gonna Google up an image and it's gonna happen. I saw a coyote outside the office the other day and it was freaking me out. But
right. I mean,
cute
things
until
tend
it
to
bites, but-
yeah, things
but
tend to stay in their
they
habitat.
tend to stay in their
but-
habitat. So maybe it's a skittish thing. I don't know. or
True,
maybe
true.
if you give it enough room to run and
Right.
frolic and do its
Then
thing, then it won't
There's no
need to.
reason to go somewhere else.
Maybe they're not nomadic. Maybe they don't sprawl out. And so if you identify early enough, or at some point, maybe Teddy Roosevelt, per this theory, like said, okay, these are the hot spots, so that must be their natural habitats. Border them up, like cordon them off, and call that a national park. And whatever nature's there, yeah, that's part of the park.
It's just so wild.
It is
that
wild.
they're just like, all right, and people can just walk all over this national park. Just cross my fingers, they don't get snatched up.
Yeah.
Part of the theory is like, well, if they sectioned off this much land, people would be like, what are you hiding? Like Area 51, right? Like everyone's like, what's in there? Because they can't, you're not allowed it in.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like you can't have it sectioned off. It's just
So they gave it a label, something
right.
something
I mean,
nice,
that's
something fluffy,
such
something
a
like national park.
interesting middle ground. That's
Yeah.
just it feels so fragile.
And they have like design trails. You stay in this area.
These are safe. This is the safe spot. And then every night someone comes through and they burn sage along the path.
Yeah.
They sprinkle holy water on the path. It's interesting, man. I love these theories because again, it just really stretches the known. It's pulls your mind into places that you normally don't think. And that's what really gets my interest peaked about this kind of topic, unknown mysteries, unsolved mysteries, and things like that. So shout out to the Aiden Mattis. If you want to check them out on TikTok and some of their theories, I encourage you to do so. But that kind of resolves, I guess, more or less the theories that we had to discuss. Do you have any other thoughts on the matter? Anything that you might think could answer some of these disappearances
I mean, honestly, I'm
outside of alien abductions?
at some point we should look at more alien stuff. Or
Boy.
just,
Jillian says yes.
I mean, I'm just kind of honestly blank minded on this one, right? Like these
it's
are disappearances. These people
Mhm.
went missing in the woods, and there hasn't been anything that's really lined up for me. But
Yeah.
I mean, it is the thing that is 100% fact is that these people went missing.
Right. And it kind of just brings me back to it. Like, yes, it's morbidly interesting in it's human nature, especially for the loved ones close to these individuals, to seek closure and to seek answers. But, you know, and I hate to go too hard on this author here, but it almost begs the question of like, is it preying on the unfortunate? Is it preying on the unknown to kind of like capitalize on being like, well, these are the most mysterious of circumstances, so let's like make a book out of it? Or do you want to take it from the perspective of like,
Getting the word out there,
Politis
though.
trying his best to actually collate all of this information because he's reached out to these parks to say, hey, can we get this list going? I think this would help prevent future cases.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, it's going to cost $1.4 million across all 383 parks that he talked to.
God, I would just love to see like a billionaire come through and just go. Wait,
Just sniff at that.
1.4 million each park
Total. So like,
total.
yeah. So like
Oh.
one park was like 34,000. So like, Mark Cuban, where are you at?
Come
I've got a pitch for Shark Tank.
God, I mean, like, right? No one's just a billionaire or
Mhm.
whatever, but like, I mean, I would love to see someone just go, okay, here's the funding, and then see what the reaction is.
That's like
You know
having
what I
$1
mean?
million
If they're
and
just like,
saying, here's $1,000.
You know, I don't know. And just like, well, why? Why are you hesitating on that? Like,
Mm-hmm.
this person is
Wait-
donating
wait a minute.
the money for the infrastructure.
Maybe it's Mark Cuban's out there chomping up little peoples. He's like,
What?
I'm not funding this. Why? Why
What?
won't you fund? I'm basically
This
just
is-
saying,
this is
what's
my-
the ulterior motive of not funding this if
Right,
you had the
yeah.
means? Because like
This is
it
the hunting
seems,
ground.
is it the hunting ground for the rich? Is this the purge? Oh my God!
Oh, are
Is
there?
it the purge?
I mean, there's got.
Julian's eyes are wide open, like, oh my
There's-
God!
I mean, there's got to be conspiracies about like, I mean, the rich having some type of.
Oh my God! That
there,
is.
there are.
Oh, yes, there
mean,
are,
I'm
and
sure there's a bunch like
that
the
is
rich
a-
just doing things that are just wild and crazy.
Yeah, you think they get away with small fines and low jail time? I mean,
Yeah.
that's just the tip of that iceberg. But anyway, this has been the missing 411 case. Deeply fascinating. Again, if you want another fascinating case that's up this alley, we just did one the other week, the Yuba County 5. I can't recommend it enough. Very intriguing. I'm really happy that I talk about this all the time, how we continue to expand the horizons of what we talk about. But I just love that we're now pushing into these territories that are even less concrete and more subject matter, more
Yeah.
conversational.
But
But the answers!
like yeah, none of these theories like I would put any amount of money into.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I like, and it's not to say that they're bad theories. It's just like this is one of those cases where it had a little bit of this and a little bit of that in terms of like the actual situation that happened and how the disappearance played out. So it doesn't slot into anything, even just a little bit.
Right.
Like, it's not animals, like the dimensional stuff, like that's wild and crazy. So I like honestly, it's like I'm not gonna be a betting man on that.
Right.
It's just, yeah, I'm hollow minded on this one because I don't know. I just know the people went missing. There's no tracks. There's weird weather. People have gone. It's not like the hunter was miles away, but the child and the person that was like with their friends that crested over the hill, like, how do you explain that? Like,
It's tough.
there's
man.
nothing there.
It's almost like just in closing, and this might be even one of the critiques, is like maybe looking through the lens of Occam's razor, maybe the most likely theory to answer this is that we just don't know enough about each story, and that it's recusing
True.
enough of the
Yeah.
facts that perhaps whether ignorantly or whether intentionally, facts of the case that would help give a little bit more understanding. Or there's just the idea that like sometimes things happen and we just don't know. We don't know why or where or when or whatever. And it sucks, and frustrating, but like, you know.
Yeah, I don't.
Whew.
I'm sitting here and I'm still thinking like, is it right the underground like caves? But then again, it doesn't fit into anything very nicely. I like that fits into maybe the person that crested over the hill, but like, what about the boy?
Right.
Yeah, and then even then, it's like people are going and searching for these places. If it was people falling into cave systems, like they're gonna start at the location that they went missing. A hole's not just gonna cover itself up, right? None of it works. None of it works.
This just makes me want to take a bunch of little cameras and stick them all over all these parks and live stream it constantly, and
the
just
man
see what
behind the chair.
happens. Yeah, I'll be the man behind the chair. You go get those cameras out there. Yeah,
Like Lucius Fox in The Dark Knight, he had all those monitors.
yeah. Cell phones. Anyway, this has been Red Web. Thank you all for listening. If you want to support the podcast, there's a lot of ways to do that. I talked about the merch at the very top of the episode. Again, that's store.roosterteeth.com. Another fantastic way to support the show is sharing us with a friend of yours. Someone who
Please
likes
do.
mysteries like you do. Just bringing somebody else into the task force also gives you someone else to talk to about these mysteries, to noodle on, to these frustrating non-theory theories.
Take your favorite episode, throw the theory at them right there.
Boom.
Throw that hook.
Yeah, get them with the
and,
hook, line,
Get,
sinker.
and get them thinking.
But anyway, thank you all for listening. Fredo, I'll see you right back here next Monday for another mystery.
Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Rumors of secret government experiments have existed for decades. And for every rumor we hear, there are likely 5 more that we'll never know existed. But what exactly are they hiding? A decommissioned military base in New York swirls with stories about time travel, mind control, and portals to other dimensions. Today we're going to analyze the Montauk Project. This is Red Web. Welcome back to another Mystery Monday. I'm your resident mystery enthusiast, Trevor Collins. With me, as always, Alfredo Diaz, our skeptic, our critic. What would you say this week?
Ooh. This week, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm feeling feisty. This week, I'm saying we hopping over the fence to get into that base.
Ooh, feisty this week. Not on Skinwalker Ranch, though. So this is going to be like the culmination, the end of this trilogy, if you will, of the time travel portal alien centric episodes that we're doing here at the aft end of the spooky season. And then next week we'll start going back into some more traditional true crime and stuff and start stretching our wingspan a little bit, as it were, because you know we like to try to dabble in a bunch of different mysteries and conspiracies and stuff. But we got another one this week, the Montauk Project, and a little bonus in there. We're going to start talking about the Philadelphia experiment as well, because that's going to lay the foundation for what we're going to talk about. Have you heard of either of those before?
No, I guess there's just like a plethora of all these like weird things and mysteries and conspiracies. Like, I don't know, week to week is just like, here's another base.
It
here's
seems
some
endless.
house, here's some person.
Mm-hmm.
People crazy.
Well, we will be you, the audience. We will be your library for all of these endless mysteries every week. We'll kind of, as you know, if you've listened to this show, you already know this. But for those of you new to this show, because the show is continuing to grow thanks to all of you, every week we do a deep dive into a new mystery. And we're just mystery enthusiasts, as I said. You know, like, we're not scholars and well-versed in every little facet of every topic that we talk about, but we try as best we can to touch on every detail possible. And with that said, why don't we go into the Philadelphia experiment, start laying the groundwork, get that legwork going, and then we'll touch into the Montauk Project a little bit after.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So the Philadelphia experiment, we're going to have to go all the way back to the 50s and a little bit before, actually. But in 1955 is where we're going to start with Morris K. Jessup, a UFO researcher and astronomer who received a series of letters from Carlos Miguel Allende, also known as Carl M. Allen, after publishing his latest book, The Case for the UFO. Allende's letters were sent from Texas, but his address was listed as being from Pennsylvania. And over the years, during his correspondences with others, he continued to send letters from different locations, such as Mexico, Texas, and Minnesota. Simply speaking, his location was never precisely tracked down. Allende claimed to have been present for a World War II experiment in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The purpose of that experiment was supposedly to try and cloak Allied ships. And it was based on Einstein's unified field theory, which, simply put, is a theoretical level of physics that tries to poetically combine all the different fundamental forces of this world, the strong and weak forces, the gravitational force, and the electromagnetic force. Those are all the forces that you will experience in and around your life, and the unified theory, field theory, is essentially just trying to combine that into a nice little equation about how all of those forces relate to each other.
You know, like, when people out there go, oh, do you believe, hey, Fredo, do you believe in aliens? I go, I mean, come on. The chances that there's no other, like, life form out there in the universe, I mean, come on, it's got to be pretty slim. And I kind of feel that same way with, like, certain pieces of military tech. I feel like even if it's not actually functional, I feel like there's some level of camouflage that the military has and is either used or has yet to, like, field test.
Yeah. I mean, even today, cloaking devices that you're seeing, there's, like pieces of plastic that essentially they blur what's behind it in a weird way that make it kind of look like you're gone. Just from like it I don't know how to properly explain it. It just kind of stretches light horizontally, and so it blurs you out essentially. Yeah. And then there's other things like obviously stealth technology, but that's public. That's what we know now.
Exactly.
You have to imagine.
Those are just like, your everyday. I mean, every day, but like you're just like
your everyday cloaking
public
devices.
facing smart people that are just like, I'm just trying this stuff out in my garage.
Right.
The government with a massive amount of funds. I mean, come on. I would love to just walk into whatever that the biggest, highest, tech room that the government has and just look at all the crazy things that were just like, that's in a movie. We actually have that now. Like,
yeah.
I feel like there'd be some really cool things to look at.
Yeah, like you're saying, whether it's theoretical and on paper, like a patent waiting to happen, or is actually being experimented with, who knows? So it's totally applicable that back in World War II, in the 40s and 50s, that some sort of technology was theorized and in place and trying to be tested.
Right.
Whether it was something mind-blowing, or at least at the time, it was certainly mind-blowing, but whether it's mind-blowing to us now, what that piece, it could be radar stealth, or it could be like invisibility stealth, etc. But, and that's what kind of leads into the next point here, is that some were saying that the goal of this experiment was to turn ships completely invisible. But then others were saying that the goal was to detect seafloor anomalies, which is interesting. Totally different goals there, but maybe to look for
like Atlantis. Like, what are we talking about?
We could look for Atlantis, or we could look for enemy submarines.
Yeah, enemy subs, yeah.
Or any sort of mines placed underwater. I don't know. But in July and August of 1943, so this is going back a bit, initial tests of the experiment began with the ship, the USS Eldridge. Reportedly, they faced limited success, with one resulting in the Eldridge turning almost completely invisible, being replaced by a greenish fog, which to me, that screams success. Because if you think of like a horror film in the 40s, a greenish fog, that's terrifying. If you're looking for a ship on the horizon and you see a greenish fog coming at you that then suddenly starts blasting you with artillery, I don't care who you are, that thing's terrifying. You're gonna just flee.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna try to shoot the ghost on the seas. I don't know.
But also, what level of camouflage is that? If it's just like, oh, there's just green fog, that's not normal. You know what I mean? Like,
It's very eerie.
It's
very
yeah.
eerie.
It'll definitely confuse people. Maybe buy a little bit of time, you know. But yeah, green fog isn't like a thing. But so they were able to camouflage it, make it look like green fog, and this was like
Reportedly, yeah.
official. Like they reported, said that this worked, this happened.
So this is from various ex-crew members, folks that were in the Navy around this time. These are just eyewitness accounts of the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a public thing. Like, we did this. I'm like, wow, how have I not heard of this? Okay.
Yeah, there are some, we'll get into it a little bit more later, but there are some government experiments that are fully declassified. This is one that is still in that kind of story phase, right? The
Right,
conspiracy
yeah.
phase.
Okay.
And it's also one that, if it were true, I wouldn't imagine that it would be public anytime soon, because the implications of invisibility and soon you'll hear about teleportation are
Oh God. Okay.
are enormous, right? Especially in the military world. So you'd think that they want to keep this under wraps for a while.
Oh yeah, as long as possible.
And I don't want to like get ahead of myself here, but this is when you start to think like, that's when you start to have to balance like, okay, is it made public because there's nothing here? Like when something's declassified, it's like, oh, it's because there's literally no substantial evidence to support what we were after. We can make this declassified and it's fine. And then the things that are classified, then you have to split the hairs. Like, all right, well, is it because that they're onto something, or is it because that this is just full-fledged conspiracy? You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah.
But anyway, I digress. So what happened is, so some crew members that were on this ship supposedly were stricken with severe nausea, while others were supposedly embedded into the structure of the ship itself after the ship reappeared. And after that test, the experiment was scaled down to instead test for the ability to cloak only on the radar. Essentially, you know, the little blip that you'd see. And we've have since reached that level of stealth, right? We have boats, helicopters, planes, mostly planes, that have that stealth technology. On October of that year, a few months later of 1943, the experiment was done again, and some say after failure to properly recalibrate the equipment. And so the Eldridge turned completely invisible in a flash of blue light and teleported to Norfolk, Virginia, over 200 miles away.
Oh, what? Nah.
Which is, now I've heard of the Philadelphia experiment for a while, and that was the key piece that I knew. I knew that it had gone invisible and that it had teleported somewhere else. And what always stood out to me, and listen, I don't know the first thing about theoretically or otherwise going invisible, but I mean, it seems like you're not going invisible. It seems like you're teleporting. And I guess
Yeah.
like if you're no longer where you were, sure, you seem invisible, but it always made me wonder, did they inadvertently step into the realm of teleportation, or is this just a weird happenstance of, let's try to go invisible, whoops, we teleported, or something?
Right.
I don't know.
That discovered something else, but yeah, no, I don't believe you. Nah, that didn't happen. No. We're just teleporting and stuff. Okay.
Just
all
flipping around this world. It reportedly sat in the view of the SS Andrew Furuseth for an extended period of time before vanishing again and reappearing in its original spot back in Philadelphia. Some say, in addition to that the ship also went back in time 10 minutes. Which to me, I'm wondering, did they get the microscopes out and look at their beard hairs? Like, listen, pal, you had 5 o'clock shadow before you disappeared. You came
Yeah,
back.
hold on
You got a 4:50 a.m. look on right now. What's going
growing
on?
some hair. What's going on here?
Maybe, obviously, the answer would be clocks. All the clocks would be turned back.
Okay, so they camouflaged, teleported, it came back, and now there's also time travel involved.
Yeah. So, long story
Okay.
short, up into this point is there's an experiment here trying to work on stealth in the way of being invisible to the naked eye. They tried an experiment People got splinched into the walls, Harry Potter style, and it was considered a failure because it ended up being a greenish haze that made everyone feel ill or hurt in some way. A few months later, they tried it again. It teleported to Norfolk, Virginia, 200 miles away, came back, and it looked like the clocks had either stopped or were 10 minutes across the ship, were 10 minutes earlier than everywhere else. And that's so far what we got.
Look, I'll tell you what happened. It failed. And so they went, you know what? Let's just say all this stuff happened.
Well,
Let's
what blows
double
my
down.
mind is that these aren't small like cities. That you would have to think that someone saw something, whether they were
Yeah,
sailors in
right?
the Navy or just like people at the beach in Norfolk, Virginia, just swimming about their day, and bam, shit.
Someone had to seen something somewhere. There's way too many people. I mean, I guess I'm sure the government hushed them up.
Yeah, well, upon returning, some sailors were found to have contracted mysterious illnesses, some went insane, and some were again found embedded or fused with parts of the ship. 2 of the sailors even disappeared from a nearby bar at the same time. And now this is another piece that stands out to me that makes me wonder, because if the machinations on the ship that are doing this, they would be localized so that way they didn't inadvertently either make invisible or teleport the water around it or whatever, right? If it's in a harbor, you don't want to suddenly teleport the entire bar nearby. But it yoinked these 2 sailors out of a nearby bar. And I don't know, it's like a very strange, like how would it know to go for them? How would it know to essentially grab those 2 guys? Like, they were on
What
the
made
ship.
them so
yoink.
special?
Like it just seems strange.
You telling me a wild story here.
We're in a stretch of a couple wild ones. Like I said,
Holy hell.
now this will propose to explain away some eyewitnesses, because some claim that the remainder of the ship's crew, the people that were injured or made ill or in some way disposed of, were brainwashed to forget that the experiment had happened.
Ooh.
And there was supposedly complex equipment on board of the ship that enabled the ship to execute what it did. Like multiple generators were placed in the hold of the ship to facilitate this experiment. But yeah, that's where we're at. Allende ended up sending 50 letters in total to Jessup. And in 1957, Jessup was contacted by the Office of Naval Research, or ONR, and they had come into possession of a copy of Jessup's book, which had been heavily annotated by 3 different authors, as evidenced by the different pens used, and likely the different penmanship. Whoever wrote these annotations seemed to be extremely knowledgeable on UFOs and Jessup's work himself. And then after analyzing the handwriting and style of the writing and the subject matter of that writing, Jessup actually believed that Allende was responsible for all of the annotations. And the ONR paid for a small print run of the annotated book, which became known as the Varro edition to the book. And that's essentially everything that we have on the Philadelphia experiment to lay the groundwork for where we're going. But it does stand out to me that this Allende individual, especially if all these annotations were his, is either a very intelligent individual who is certainly attached to this very intriguing experiment, or they're a fanatic of UFOs and that they have a bunch of pseudoscience that they want to apply to this experiment. But it's interesting.
Yeah, I think just like what gives this person credibility in the sense of like, you know what I mean? Like these are such bold and high claims.
Yeah, I guess the credibility comes from the book that Allende had published, which was a book entitled The Case for UFOs, or The Case for the UFO. Christian, do we know any more about Carlos Allende's background?
Not really. They claimed to be involved with the experiment, and they said that they had sources who could confirm the statement about being on board the Furisath, but it seems like they couldn't really concretely determine anyone who could corroborate that.
Mm-hmm.
So really, the majority of it is just basically, this individual's story.
Gotcha.
Dang. I needed more.
Yeah.
He wrote a book about UFOs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's wild. Keep taking me down this rabbit hole. This is some over the top stuff.
So now enter the Montauk Project. In 1988, so this is 30 some odd years after our most recent fact about the Philadelphia experiment. 1988, after watching a movie based on the Philadelphia experiment, and there is one, a man by the name of Al Bielek began to attempt to resurface lost memories detailing his own involvement in the project. Essentially, he watched this film and was struck with a very strong sense of deja vu, as if he had lived this. And he himself said, okay, well, I'm going to dig into these memories then, because like there's something there, something very uncannily familiar.
Brainwash, perhaps.
Yeah,
okay.
Perhaps. He eventually connected with a man named Preston B. Nichols, where the two shared their stories and realized they shared a historical connection, essentially maybe having been both party to what happened at the Philadelphia experiment. In 1992, after recovering repressed memories, Nichols wrote a book with a man by the name of Peter Moon about his time involved with a government experiment at the Montauk Air Force Station in Montauk, New York. This book is called The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time. In the book, he also recounts the experiences of Al Bielek and another individual named Stuart Swerdlow. So similar, like if you remember the episode of John Titor, this is where the timeline of events becomes very difficult to follow, because if you take it at face value, these individuals were brainwashed and all of the details around their stories and memories become very hazy. So the best we can do is try to outline these to the most detail that we have, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to break these down on a decades level basis and highlight a couple incidents that were claimed to have occurred throughout the duration of this now Montauk project.
Ooh, okay. All right. A lot of people with a... Could you imagine how crazy that would be if you're just going, like, if we were just going about like our everyday lives, right? And then you got you maybe like a little bit of deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
But with that deja vu comes something tangible.
You're blasted in the face with a bunch of memories.
Yeah, maybe you get blasted in the face with a bunch of memories. And you have a memory of like a certain location, then you go to said certain location, and there's something there, right? Like something tangible that goes, "Hey, this is real. These memories are real." I would lose my mind.
You're like, yeah, I had this vision at the end of an island. There was this military base, and I think it was in New York. Oh, you're talking about the Montauk Air Force Base?
Yeah.
You're like, what?
And then you go, you know what I mean? Like
And
when
you
you go
go
to
there.
walk up and you're like, I remember this door entrance and this was the key code. And
Exactly. You're like,
and you
hold on a
typed it
second.
in.
Beep, boop, boop, boop. Oh my God.
And then it just opened up. I'd be like, okay, this is too real. Get me out of here.
That's when you go, nope. You turn around, you walk away, but then you go, hold on a second. The camera zooms in on you. You're like, I gotta go in. And you go down in there, and then you,
And you
become
go in.
disappeared.
You would go in after the camera zooms in, knowing
Yeah,
that
you
someone's
know.
home.
Yeah, I get my hero shot. If I suddenly had a code implanted into my brain, I don't know if I would question where it came from or how it got there, whether it was a repressed memory or aliens beaming info into me. But if it worked, if I walked up to a mysterious door that I saw in my dreams and beep, boop, 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 beeped my way into a door, yeah, I'm probably going to go. It feels like destiny.
See, there's two types of people. There's me, right? I just run away, you know, smoke cloud, everything. You, I just feel like you'd be dancing your way in there.
Here's what would give me strength. Here's what would give me strength. dancing in. That's number one. Number two,
Yeah.
Twitch in real life live stream. I'm gonna IRL that beast, and I'm gonna head on down, and I've got an audience with me, you know, a friend on my shoulder, as it were.
Yeah, until service cuts out.
Oh, you're right. This is probably some sort of bunker. You walk down in there, like, all right, everybody, this is what's going on. I've come down in. Hello, tap tap. Oh shoot.
Hello?
Nuts. Echo. Hello. And you're just in this like dark, empty warehouse. You can't see 2 feet in front of your face, and you stepped your way into some, man, I don't even know.
Dude,
You don't know what's down there. You don't want to wind up in Area 50, well, Area 52, because this is clearly in New York. Anyway, 1950. I do want to say too, Montauk, just for those who want to know where that is on the very edge of Long Island, way out to the east, past the Hamptons that we're all very familiar with. We all go there. So back to the incidents surrounding the Montauk experiment and these gentlemen here. In the 1950s, after the Philadelphia experiment, researchers from that project and Project Rainbow, the umbrella project that the Philadelphia experiment supposedly fell under, these researchers discussed the idea of continuing said research. And they supposedly sent a proposal to the US Congress, who rejected it on the grounds of it being too dangerous. Which, again, if you take the Philadelphia experiment at face value, yeah, I agree. Sounds very dangerous, and I don't really know if that's worth repeating.
Yeah.
Instead, they made a proposal to the U.S. Department of Defense. And because the Congress had rejected it, the project would have to be kept secret, and the DoD approved. And we are on our way. Now in the 60s, the project was set up at Camp Hero at the aforementioned Montauk Air Force Station in Montauk, New York, and they installed an underground bunker beneath that base. In the 1970s, this is when the experiments began in earnest. This is when the timeline, again, becomes almost non-existent. And so again, this is where we start to break down the incidents just in a bulleted list. We don't know what the order is, how these came to be, etc. But here are the incidents that were claimed following those experiments. I guess this first one isn't necessarily an incident, but it is a piece about the facility itself. And it states that it was expanded even further underground than just a normal bunker, to the extent that it included as many as 12 separate levels and several hundreds of workers, which is an enormous base to have on the very tip of Long Island. I would imagine that you'd start to get into some very murky water that close to the ocean shore. That's just me personally speaking, but it's entirely plausible because it is a military base and you can't just have citizens willy-nilly venturing in there to either verify or deny that.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
But some of the main claims were that homeless people were abducted and subjected to experiments involving electromagnetic radiation. There were also stories of runaway boys being abducted and subjected to mental and physical torture in an attempt to study mind control. Now, I don't think this is outlandish as it sounds because, to be very blunt about it, it's very hard to know if a homeless person disappears because there's no one really interacting and tracking these individuals.
They're off the grid.
Yeah, they're off the grid, and there have been declassified projects funded by the government, run by the government, that centered on mind control. So it doesn't sound like this is perfectly reasonable in my mind that this is going on.
Yeah, it's not far-fetched at all.
Yeah, especially considering a project that we'll get into a little bit more later in the theories section, but the Project MK Ultra. You might be familiar with that, but it takes place in essentially the same time frame. It was commissioned in the late 50s and was decommissioned in the early 70s. They were real experiments. In fact, this might be an entire different episode in and of itself, but there are declassified documents about this project, and it was all about mind control using LSD, hypnosis, drugs for the sake of interrogation and, well, mind control, and seeing if that was an ability inherent in the human mind.
I 150% believe that they at some point in time have, or even to this day, still continue to try and figure out some type of drug or brain stimulation to, mind control people.
Absolutely. And especially to your earlier point, right? Like, if it's declassified, if it's public, you have to imagine it's either hooey and that there's nothing there, or potentially more realistically, that the government is already 5 generations past that thing.
Oh, yeah.
So whether it's mind control or some sort of drugs or
Oh, yeah.
interrogation tactics or invisibility or cloaking or whatever, you have to imagine whatever we know is a few years like behind what the government will allow you to know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like, it's version. We'll get a leak of like version 2.
We're in the
and they're
alpha
on-
phase, you know?
Yeah, and they're already like, within their own confines, full release version like 12. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
So thus far, I tend to subscribe to what seems to be going on here. It's very fishy. In addition to that, other claims state that people expressing psionic abilities, or the ability to move things with their mind, make things appear and disappear, etc., that these people were discovered and brought to this base in order to continue helping them facilitate those abilities. Stuart Swerdlow, who I discussed earlier, claimed that his abilities were boosted to a strength that enabled him to actually materialize objects out of thin air, which is very interesting. And I actually, at this point in time, I think is a good point to mention that Stranger Things, the Netflix show, if you're not familiar with it, is based on the Montauk experiment and all of these kind of stories. And I'll continue to go into the other claims of these experiments, etc. But there are a bunch of claims. I'm not going to be able to address all of them. There are some claims that are on the fringe, as I would call them. And if you want an idea of the full extent that these claims kind of reach, I would point you to Stranger Things, because Stranger Things touches on a couple of the things that we're going to continue talking about, but they also touch on a bunch of other things that some of these stories that are based on some of these fringe stories.
Right? Yeah, fringe science.
Yeah, but I want to focus on the more core pieces of this experiment and the stories they're in, because obviously anybody can jump in and say, oh, I was also there, here's another story. And I think that these are the ones that hold the most credence to me, and these are the ones that substantiate the Montauk project the most.
Yeah, filter that to us. You know what I mean? Let me know. I mean, I'm sure there's like hundreds of claims of this and that. Like, filter the ones to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that have
yeah.
the most credibility.
So, in addition to the psionic abilities, scientists at the Air Force Center there were supposedly creating serums in addition to that to help people with these abilities. In fact, some claim that these serums also gave people supernatural abilities beyond that in order to create metahumans, which is very interesting. And if that's a serum that's out there and it's stable, I'd like to try. Just a sample, just a taste.
You know what? I rolled the dice.
Just enough to fly, you know?
I'd
That's
roll
as
the
far
dice.
as I need to go. I don't need a full injection. I don't need the full treatment. I don't need to be Superman or anything.
I mean, there was a Netflix show called Power, where there was a serum and you took it and you don't know what power you would get, what power it would trigger, but you get a random power, and that power is what you have. It's tied into your genes, your DNA. So every time you take this serum, you'll keep triggering that ability, which is cool. You never know. You know what I mean? Roll the dice. But the second half of that, you know what I mean? People blew up.
People were
Some
blowing
people-
up.
Some people just didn't have powers. They just blew up.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
it's a similar issue in X-Men or in The Boys. Like, it's very much a life imitates art sort of scenario, because we've seen this so much in comics and in shows